Hello, my name is Oscar Pujol, and I am the president of Unique Delhi Cluster. We are happy to bring the long weekend of LiteratureS 2021. Hello, my name is Oscar Pujol, and I am the president of Unique Delhi Cluster. We are happy to bring the long weekend of LiteratureS. Hello, my name is Oscar Pujol. Hello, my name is Oscar Pujol, and I am the president of Unique Delhi Cluster. We are happy to bring the long weekend of LiteratureS 2021. Hello, my name is Oscar Pujol, and I am the president of Unique Delhi Cluster. We
Hello, everyone. Welcome to. My name is Yoshita. I'm a Literature Collective Associate at Belong. Welcome to track 2 of the Long Weekend of Literatures 2021, which is brought to you by Orléans France de Delhi, the French Institute in India, Institut Cervantes, AECID in Embassy of Spain, Goethe Institute, Max Muller Bhavan, Italian Embassy, Cultural Center, Embassy of Switzerland, Swiss Arts Council Pro Helvetia, Austrian Cultural Forum, Embassy of Austria, Embassy of Ireland, Camo Portuguese Embassy Cultural Center, Polish Institute New Delhi, Lis Institute Hungarian Cultural Center Delhi, and Embassy of Denmark, Publishers Exchange, and is being organized and presented by Belong. Over the 2 days of the festival, we will hear authors from 11 European countries read out their work and speak to our audience in interesting Chai Pakora reading addas. We also have panel discussions ranging from topics such as gender performance and women and the internet to writing diversity into history with European and Indian authors. You can log in to belong.net/LWEL to see the full schedule. The festival has 2 tracks. We are currently on track 2. In case you want to join the sessions on track 1, you will have to use a different link provided in your email. I'd like to inform the audience that Unother, which means the act of unothering the other, is Belong's new mobile app, where one can get insights from books, author, and thought leaders on issues of diversity and inclusion. And is now um, and and now you can get 25% discount for this app as attendees of LWEL. You can download the app on your phone and use the code LWEL01 to get a discount. Please note that the app runs on a premium subscription model. We also instated the Europe India Pen Pal network in the run up to the long weekend of literatures. It is a unique opportunity for people from different cultures to make a new friend, learn a new language, or a thing or two about someone new in these restrictive pandemic times. We are in the process of matching these pen pal pairs and as and when we find suitable matches. You can register for it through the link on belong.net/LWEL. The schedule for today on track 2 will begin with a Chai Pakora Adda with French writer Tiffany Tavernier, moderated by Alina Gouffran at 4 p.m., followed by another Chai Pakora Adda with Irish author Michal O'Connell, moderated by Tara Khandelwal at 5, followed by a panel discussion on uncovering diverse pasts featuring Anna Filomena Amarel and Achal Malhotra at 6 p.m. Ending today's festivities with another Chai Pakora Adda with Merite Hele, moderated by Astha D at 7:30 p.m. Please note the first 2 Chai Pakora Addas are pre-recorded and hence we would not be taking any audience question for these. I hope you enjoy. I hope you enjoy the festival, and we will now kick off the first session today, which is a pre-recorded Chai Pakora Adda reading featuring French author Tiffany Tavernier. Tiffany and Alina talk about writing trauma and characters in what we promise will be quite a fitting start to this festival. Tiffany Tavernier is a novelist and screenwriter. She was born in 1967 to screenwriter Colo Tavernier and director Bertrand Tavernier. Her first novel, In the Night You Find the Sky, she looks back on her experience as a teenager in the darkest depths of Calcutta. Since then, she has never stopped writing and never stopped traveling. Now she lives in Paris. Give me a minute so that we start screen sharing the recording.
To another Chai Pakora reading Adda at the long weekend of literature's 2021. With the theme of belonging beyond borders, the long weekend is brought to you by 11 partnering European countries, the European Union, and Belong. I'm Alina Gufran. I'm a writer who writes about female identity and lived experiences based out of Goa currently. And I have with me Tiffany Tavernier, who's going to be reading both the English and French translations of her novel Rossi. Over to you, Tiffany. I just want to say, so glad to meet you. So glad to have you on this.
Hello to all, and I'm very pleased to join you and to read these books that I wrote 2 years ago. And so I started in French, and then I'll read the English versions.
Sounds good.
Let's go. So, Voici, chapitre 1. L'immensité du monde. Sous la voûte du terminal 2E, je l'aperçois chaque jour. À côté de moi, un passager ouvre son PC. Il doit être en avance. Il ne regarde jamais le panneau d'affichage où s'inscrivent les numéros de vol. Flux de femmes voilées, famille russe en errance. 6 japonaises, cheveux teintés roux, sortent d'un magasin Health and Beauty, bardé de sacs Sephora, Gucci, Yves Saint Laurent. Ting, 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 assurez-vous de ne pas oublier vos bagages. Make sure that you have all your luggage with you. Peu d'enfants, quasiment aucun groupe. L'atmosphère est au calme en ce matin de semaine. Un noir, très élégant, pèse et repèse son énorme valise. Il n'en revient pas du poids qui s'affiche. Affalés sur des chaises, des Indiens somnolent, pieds nus en appui sur leurs bagages. Des hommes d'affaires discutent. La plupart feront l'aller-retour dans la journée. Escalier sur ma droite. J'hésite. Pour rien au monde, je ne veux rater l'arrivée des passagers de l'AF 445 en provenance de Rio. Il vient d'atterrir. J'ai encore quelques minutes. Face à la sortie 8, un groupe d'hôtesses China Southern passe en riant aux éclats. Après, c'est le vide. Comme si cette partie du terminal avait été évacuée. Le dôme du toit immense vient s'échouer quelques dizaines de mètres plus loin. Coque renversée sous laquelle je marche. Voici, Chapter 1. The enormity of the world. On the vault of Terminal 2E, I am aware of it every day. Sitting next to me, a passenger opens his laptop. He must be early, because he never looks at the departing flight screen. A bevy of veiled women passes by. A Russian family wandering around. 6 Japanese women, their hair dyed red, come out of the health and beauty shop, weighted down by bags from Sephora, Gucci, Yves Saint Laurent. Ding, ding, ding. Make sure you have all your luggage with you. Not many children, almost no big groups. The atmosphere is calm this weekday morning. A very elegant black man weighs and reweighs his huge suitcase. He can't believe the weight displayed on the scale. Slumped in their seats, some Indians are dozing, their bare feet resting on their suitcases. Some businessmen are talking. Most will fly back and forth in one day. Escalators to my right. I hesitate. I absolutely don't want to miss the arrival of the passengers of the AF445 from Rio. The plane has just landed. I still have a few minutes. Opposite exit 8, a group of China Southern flight attendants go by, laughing out loud. Beyond that, there's no one, as if this part of the terminal has been evacuated. The vast dome of the ceiling runs out some dozen meters further, an upside-down shell under which I walk. The lift doors open. I rush in. Maximum capacity, 26 people, 2,000 kilos. Through the windows that look out onto a grey sky, a Sheraton bus drives on the overpass above the terminals. It seems to be flying. I push the button for arrivals, enjoy the sensation of gliding along, my face glued to the glass. The overpass disappears as it descends. On the lower level, the access ramps becomes the roof under which tourist buses and private vans are parked. I go up and down 3 times. The doors open again. A security guard gets in. Going up? I've never seen this one before. I get out quickly without responding. At the Espressamente Cafe, an American is shouting into his mobile phone that he has no intention of returning, that he is certainly not ready to. His voice fades away. He has tears in his eyes. I veer left towards the 16 glass door of a 2E arrivals area. All the doors are covered with an opaque film. Up above, 6 screens display information for each flight. In the middle, a giant plasma TV screen is turned on to the LCI news channel 24 hours on 24 hours. Flooding in an Asian slum, 2 men looking haggard help a family get into a boat. 11 Egyptian police killed in an attack in Sinai. A cook suspected of eating a dog. Yesterday, at the same time, there was the surprise victory of a tennis player whose name I didn't hear. A woman had caught my attention. The doors had slid open. She started to run towards a young boy. They were in each other's arms for a long time, without ever kissing. Which led me to tell the lad that it was perhaps her son. The lad shook his head. He can't understand how I can be interested in such things. They don't belong to me. But then, nothing belongs to us. An exhausted little girl woke up crying in her mother's arms. A Brazilian couple took her photo. Maybe because of a smoke dress. Those dresses, I said to myself, must not exist in Brazil. The couple eventually walked away, the last passengers on the flight following them. That was yesterday. Today, 2 women and a boy are holding up a sign, "Hooray for JJ, the most handsome." There is also a grandfather with his grandson, a few chauffeurs with their signs, and then that man in his 50s, a scarf around his neck, whom I'm sure I've seen before. But where? The doors open, the first passenger emerges. She must be around my age. Walks forward, looks around for someone. She's stunned, not smiling. He isn't there. That's what her eyes say. A group of businessmen jostle her, followed closely by a group of Polish tourists. The flight attendants go by, the tourists scatter. The shuttle for the capital, please. It's the last passenger, a tall blonde guy, 28, 30, a Peruvian poncho, backpack covered with Save the Planet stickers. I point him in the direction of the Val train shuttle. He walks off without taking the time to thank me. A pity. He looked like a nice person, and I would have liked to ask him a bunch of questions. What's the weather like in Brazil? What about the airport there? In the big waiting area, only he and I are left. The man with the scarf, who is now staring at the ground. No one came to meet him. No one else will come. His hands grip the barrier railing. He can't make himself leave. He stays there, not moving, suspending time. The slightest movement and the spell will be broken. This makes him handsome. Handsome from the waiting that pulls his body towards the impossible. Soon, the flight from Edinburgh will arrive, then the one from Santiago, Chile. I glance at him one last time, hoping to catch his eye, but no. He stands there, motionless. I can only turn back to the LCI image that play in a loop. A shooting killed 7 in high school in the ES. Chapter 3. Chapitre 3. Aujourd'hui, le ciel est triste et nuageux. Dehors, la bise est glaciale. Je réajuste le col de mon manteau, m'emmitoufle dans mon écharpe. D'un pas rapide, je longe les pistes. Une voiture s'approche, je m'éloigne de la route. Si je parle à quelqu'un, je vais me mettre à pleurer. 20 minutes me suffisent pour atteindre le Concorde. Je contourne le monticule au sommet duquel il est fixé, m'assure d'être bien seule, me réfugie sous l'une de ses ailes dans l'herbe humide et froide. Ici, pas un rayon de soleil, pas un cri d'oiseau. Seul, dans le lointain, le vrombissement des voitures de l'autoroute A1. Je sors de ma poche un paquet de biscuits, me demandant combien d'automobilistes partent chaque matin travailler. Des millions sans doute. Pour moi, c'est trop tard. Ces derniers temps, mes migraines sont si violentes qu'il me semble que ma tête va exploser de nouveau. Ces jours-là, seul le mouvement continu de la foule m'apaise. Chapter 3. Today, the sky is sad and cloudy. Outside, the wind is glacial. I adjust the collar of my coat, wrap my head in my scarf. I walk quickly along the runways. The car approaches. I walk away from the road. If I talk to anyone, I'm going to start crying. It takes me 20 minutes to reach the Concorde. I walk around the little hill on which it rains, make sure I'm really alone, and seek refuge under one of its wings in the damp, cold grass. Here, there's no sun at all, no sound of birds. Just in the distance, the rambling of cars on the A1 highway. I take a pack of cookies out of my pocket, wondering how many drivers leave for work every morning. Millions, probably. For me, it's too late. Recently, my migraines have been so violent that it seems my head is going to explode again. These days, only the constant movements of crowds can soothe me. I look up at the Concorde, bolted to the ground. I'm sure it would also really like to take off again, relive its glory years when it was king. Its nose pointed slightly upwards, its body stretching towards the sky. It seems to be waiting for the departure signal that no one will ever give again. It doesn't matter. It will wait, like that man with a scarf in front of a Rio arrivals door, whose eyes I tried and failed to catch. I bite into another cookie, stomp my feet to warm them up. Sometimes I tell myself that I'd like to stay here my entire life. Anywhere else, the world really scares me. I'm not like them anymore. Was either. There is so much confusion in me. A Singapore Airlines plane emerges out of a cloud. It is so close. I can even see the passengers' faces in the windows. For a moment, it seems to hesitate before finally touching down. I'd like to stand up, open my mouth, and swallow it whole, the plane, the passengers, all the countries, all the dreams. Vlad would look at me meanly. Swallow up an airplane? What's next? Sometimes he wants to slap me. I hope you at least bought what I asked to you. He can't stand this love I have for airplanes. Nor my little rituals, like this one, when I pull up a bunch of grass and rub it against my face until my tears mix with it. A freezing wind grips me and I jump up. Nothing like a bit of exercises. I run all the way back. In the future, even the smallest business will be multinational. HSBC Bank, a new world is emerging. At the pharmacy in the Terminal 1, I asked Lucy, badge, for an aspirin and a cup of water. In bad English, I tell her I only have foreign money on me. The young woman disappears for a few moments into a back room and returns with a cup and a pill. An Indian family comes into the store. Their eldest child spilled scalding tea onto his brother's wrist. Lucy examines the little boy's arms, explains to the parents through gestures that she's going to have to put it under cold water to ease the burn, then apply some cream. The family thanks her, their palms together and their heads bowed. Lucy blushes. She's just doing her job, nothing more. But the mother kisses her hands, apparently telling her husbands and elders to do the same. Their gratitude also overwhelms me. Chapter 4, chapitre 4. Hier, je suis partie à Naples, Nairobi et Abidjan, m'improvisant tour à tour prof d'histoire, chef de produit L'Oréal, femme d'expat militaire. Femme d'expat, c'était une première, et j'ai été brillante. L'ennui des jours passés à ne rien faire dans la grande maison cernée par les grillages, la peur, la nuit, que des hommes viennent enlever les enfants, la difficulté pour leur faire suivre une scolarité normale, la chaleur épouvantable juste avant la saison des pluies, les coupures d'électricité, la nonchalance des domestiques. Chapter 4. Yesterday, I was traveling to Naples, Nairobi, and Abidjan, becoming one after the other, a history prof, a product manager at L'Oréal, the wife of a military expat. Wife of an expat, that was a first, and I was brilliant at it. The boredom of a day spent doing nothing in the big house surrounded by fences. The fear at night that men would come and kidnap the children. The difficulty of arranging normal schooling for them. The unbearable heat until the rainy season. The electricity outages. The nonchalance of the help. In Terminal 2E, Vivian, an occupational therapist, massaged my hands. A couple of years ago, she was the director of a mid-sized retail shop. Every 4 years, they transferred us, fearing that we would become too attached to our teams. I still can't believe I stayed there so long. Towards the end of the day, a group of linguists en route to Berlin taught me how to say I love you in Breton, Khmer, Sardinian, and Finnish. At night, I fell asleep much more quickly than usual, but in the middle of the night, my headache returned. Neither ice water nor a few steps outside helped. Desperate, around 3 a.m., I opened my notebook and tried to write few words. Instead, I found myself drawing an indescribable scribble. How many hours did I stay there looking at it? If Vlan flowed out, it would force me to get help. To hear myself say what? Paraf. A service that enables you to cross borders quickly and independently. At arrivals this morning, the appearance of a Brazilian movie stars caused a stir. Under the flash bulbs of the paparazzi standing on the chairs and tables, her fans descended upon her. Caught unawares, the young woman tried to go in another direction. Then a crazy person grabbed her by her hair. Shouting, movement in the crowds, cops, guards. Luckily, I'm not far from the lift, and I run into the first one that opens. What a bunch of lunatics. Are you okay? In my panic, I didn't even see him, a red badge without a uniform. He holds out his hands to help. No, not really. He offers to accompany me to my boarding gate. I would so like to say yes. Leave everything. Take a taxi. Open my front door. Read the mail that is waiting. Water the plants. Sit on my sofa. Contemplate the view. Is it okay? Can I read more? Yeah. Chapitre 10. Parfois, je passe d'un terminal à l'autre, ce que les autres SDF ne font pas de jour. La plupart restent sur le terminal 2. Puis, la nuit venue, dorment au terminal 3, d'où s'envolent les low cost. Moi, non, jamais. Soit je décide de rejoindre Vlad dans les galeries souterraines, soit je choisis une place à côté d'un voyageur bien sapé, insoupçonnable, rôle d'épouse qui m'absorbe le temps d'une nuit. Chapter 10. Sometimes I go from one terminal to another, something the other homeless don't do in the daytime. Most of them stay in Terminal 2, then at night sleep in Terminal 3, the low-cost airlines terminal. I never do that. Either I join Vlad in the underground corridors, or I choose a seat next to a well-dressed traveler, someone above suspicion, assuming the role of a wife, which sustains me for a night. On those nights, others join us. White-collar homeless who work in the city during the day, swarms of shadows who here and there grab a place on a chair, a bench. Some have bags, not many have suitcases. I sometimes count more than 80. Shame on their faces. At dawn, they rush off to work as if nothing was wrong. Some nights, I don't sleep. I really like the hours between midnight and 5 a.m. when traveling stops. No one moves anymore. People, airplanes, all asleep. Only a few machines slide around, cleaning the vast floors. Cleaning men and women drive them almost always in complete silence. They have 3 hours, not 1 minute more, to clean everything, otherwise, there won't be enough time for the floors to dry, and travelers risk slipping and falling. And so they concentrate, steering the machines a bit to the right, a bit to the left, scouring every inch so that everything glistens. Sometimes the moon shines in. The brightness of its rays reaches the still damp floor, and everything sparkles. I wander through the deserted halls, walk along the large windows. Not a single human being anywhere. I am the sole survivor of the cataclysm that has wiped them all out. In the cafes, the shadows of the chairs cast lines on the ground that tangle into infinity and which I enjoy following as if they granted me access to imaginary lands where all would be joyful. On the arrivals level, I look through the windows at the empty baggage pickup rooms. Everything is suspended. It's as if time is frozen. I take a cart, move ahead quickly, and then jump on it. I'm gliding and laughing at the same time. Everything is so beautiful and so tranquil when no one is here. Farther away, on the tarmac, the enormous mass of the airplanes shimmers, immobile. There is no one around them to anticipate the slightest movement. There is nothing left to wait for, nothing left to hope for. Under the clarity of the sky, the non-moving pavements are like abandoned road. I set off majestically upon them.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. That was such a beautiful narration, really.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I've read the chapters before we got on the call today, but it's just such a different experience, watching the author and listening to the author read it. So I guess I wanted to kind of get into some of the questions. One would be, it's a slightly obvious one. What inspired you to write Wasi, which is a very particular kind of a novel with a very specific setting, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So what inspired you?
Well, it's a very precise thing because I discovered one day, I mean, quite long ago, I discovered an article on which appeared the photo of a very well-dressed woman standing in front of Heathrow Airport, and she was holding a suitcase. And I thought, of course, reading the article, that I would find a story about a traveler. But to my very big surprise, she was not a traveler. I discovered that she was a homeless person who disguised herself as a traveler. I didn't know that kind of person exists. And in this same article, I discovered that this kind of person exists in every terminals, in all very big terminals in all over the world. That was quite a shock. And sociologists call this person, this homeless, very specific homeless people, they call them the difficult for me to pronounce that, and the undetectable people,
Right.
the undetectable.
Mm.
So they have a name. And the second very big surprise, which would give me the idea and the desire to really to go and to take this material and to make a novel, to write it, is that at the question, how long do you think you will stay in this airport? This woman that was on the picture, she answered, all my life. And of course you want to know, and I wanted to know, okay, what kind of drama pushes this person to respond to that, to give that kind of crazy answer, and how can she survive, and how these people survive in airports. So that was really the beginning of this subject.
Yeah.
Quite a big one.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. At the heart of the novel, there is a sense of displacement. And it really got me thinking, because in the novel, the character embodies displacement in a very physical sense, because she doesn't have a home and she's at an airport. But now with the pandemic and the way the life has been in the last 2 years, and this really like hyper connected world that we live in today's world, what do you think displacement looks like for you?
It's a huge question. Huge one.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, this question, it's the whole stake and the whole paradox of my novel. I mean, because on one hand, I mean, in a way, no, how can I say that? Yeah, I mean, in this airport, my character, who has lost her entire memory, she's a blank, and she doesn't know where to go, and she doesn't even know where she comes from. I mean, she's constantly confronted to a multiplicity of trajectories and direction.
Yeah.
And that's really the okay. It's a, how can I say? I mean, around her, every single person know exactly where to go, and everybody has really there is a constant movement around her.
Yeah.
So she is moving, but her own dislocation,
Yeah.
because she's totally dislocated, and her movements are totally erratic. I mean, she doesn't travel. She doesn't have a direction, so she has to follow this crowd. But who is more dislocated in this world of hyperconnection? That's the big question, because in a way,
Yeah.
who, I mean, this question is huge. I mean, the more you connected,
Yeah.
and the less you displacement, to my opinion, is becomes personal, becomes free. It's like suddenly in an airport, more than in every place in the world, all your displacements are connected, but at the same time, all these displacements are marked out, are programmed, are planned.
Yeah.
And everybody, in a way, you don't choose the way you displace yourself. And it's also a paradox, because you are super connected, and even in the pandemic, you're super connected, but in a way, you are no more in a kind of adventurous research of wandering. You no more take the time to look at the world, to discover yourself. And so she is dislocated, but what about the crowd? What about the airport in itself?
Yeah.
It seems to be super ordered, and super socialized and super standardized, but at the same time lost also. And I think our world is going towards an hyperconnection, but losing at the same time the real sense of what is displacement. Because to displace ourselves is interesting if the displacement offers us to a questioning about ourselves, about who we are, about our own identity.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we are no more. It's like we are following as ships the mark out displacement that I don't know who. I mean, the big brothers thing ask us to follow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope I've been clear enough.
No, absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I feel similarly that our networks are expanding, but our connections are shrinking in some way, right?
Exactly.
You touched upon the idea of memory, and I wanted to ask a question. What I personally found extremely interesting in the novel was that the idea of losing one's memory at a place of transit where all the markers of how you might remind yourself of something are so fleeting is very interesting to me, right? So and you're also cocooned in one place with a multitude of people, and you're constantly being pulled by this endless stimuli, and you kind of write it in that way as well, you know.
Yeah.
So what does that, how does that look for the character? How does it impact her?
Second huge question. I mean, yes, of course. I mean, all this novel is antinomic, as she is a kind of a virgin page in a way. She is totally blank. And this blank first page, you know, of a novel, in a way, she could be the first page of a novel, blank novel. And this blank, I put this blank inside huge crowds, international crowds. And so what happened to my character is that she sustained herself to the surface by catching and by subcontracts her memory lost to all those stolen snatches that she hears here and there among the crowd. I mean, she recomposes herself um, from this hyper fragmented international multiple material, and she becomes, you know, she absorbed our world, but she absorbed it in pieces, you know, and she has no identity, but she's storing the this amazing puzzle of snatches that, and she makes it, and it's her way to return to, I mean, to at least say that she's a person. So she's the puzzle. She becomes in this airport the puzzle of all of us. You know, she's all of us. It's what I like. And it's like Pessoa. I don't know if you know the poet who said, I am multiple. I am thousands of people, you know. He was, and she becomes the whole world. And it's a paradox, because she is nothing. She is no more somebody, but at the same time, she becomes all of us, but pieces of all of us.
Yeah.
And this, in fact, I play with it. I play with that.
Yeah, that's what I found so fascinating, just the idea that our own consciousness is being projected back to us in fragments through this character. So it can actually be quite disconcerting while reading it. You know, there are elements of this attention deficit, there are elements of just this detachment that kind of persists through the novel, which is disconcerting for the reader extremely. So you can imagine how disconcerting it would be for the character itself, right? Which brings me to my next question. At the heart of the novel, there is trauma, right? And I wanted to understand, you write in third person, but you are embodying the character's perspective. So what was the process of writing in trauma into the book? Did you look at it from that perspective, or did you just think about the character and the journey?
No, I love also this. I do love this question, because I entirely write this novel with this idea of trauma. I like trauma. In all my books, my characters goes through a trauma. Why? Because when you go through trauma, you lose all your bearings. And I like really to write somebody who has no more bearings, who doesn't know anymore, who cannot, you know, sustain himself or herself to anything she or he, you know, would be a habit or yes, a security zone. She has no more security zone. So all my book, so these characters and she, my protagonist in this novel, she is totally dislocated, and the writing has to be dislocated at the beginning. At the beginning, for me, it has to be crossed by constantly crossed her thoughts by these snatches, visual and also the visual snatches, and also what she hears.
Yeah.
You see, announcement, what she reads, ads, announcement ads, snatches of memories that she can hear there and here, and the writing had to be crossed by all this surrounding, this enormous bubble of snatches, and it was my way to write it and my process. But the more she gets toward, the more she founds herself, and the more the language of the novels take a more linear form. You see, so it's in fact it's quite disturbing at the beginning, but it has to be disturbing because she's disturbed, and then little by little, you get into the writing, and the writing gets more and more shape, and that was my objective. That was really my objective. The identity, just the process of identification, shape the language of the novel.
Understood. Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. I wanted to ask a little bit and talk a little bit about, how in Rossi as well as Lamy, the central protagonists in your books are ordinary people who possess an extraordinary ability to transform themselves in their life, right? So it is a powerful, timeless emotion. I personally wanted to know, and different writers have different reasons for this, what is it about this particular phenomena that attracts you, and you feel like writing characters like this?
I like to answer to, and I like this question of trauma, and I think it's important when you read a book to, for me, a book without trauma, what is it? A novel. And what is the answer? What is the path? It's not an answer when you write, but it's more like a path. I would say a direction, and the way my characters gets out of trauma, it's a reconnection to magic, in a way, okay, but also a movement towards the other. There is always a meeting. There is always the risk of meeting the other, of reconnect to the other, to love, maybe the huge risk of love, the huge risk of attachment, and and the curiosity also. She's very curious. Because she could, stop everything and as Vlad live on the underground in the world below, but she sustains herself in a kind of limbo. An airport is like a limbo, and the traumatic experience is like, traumatic experience pushes you into kind of limbo. You are floating, and you have two choices. One choice is to get out of a trauma, you see, and to come back to the normal life. The other one is to just go towards the death. Okay, now how do you what will pushes you to the light? What will help you? And my answer is yes, to reconnect yourself, to wonder, to reconnect yourself to the other, and to not to consider yourself as the center of the world, also very important, and to widen the gaze, always widen the gaze, and you see that's my way my way to think and to.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And that I also find that very interesting because in the recent past, especially in, say, American literature, there has been a huge meditation and a huge resurgence on internal monologue, first person, characters, perspectives, and extremely navel gazing interior monologues, right? And I think that's a reflection of the millennial generation as well, right? Just social media and the kind of world we come from. So it was interesting for me to see that lens turned outwards, right? And like it's almost as if the identification of the self that happens for us through the social media is now happening for your character at an airport, which I found very fascinating. So I wanted to ask, was that a conscious process for you, or is that something you just naturally arrived at?
No, it was both of them, because I mean, it was a natural process, because as soon as I got the subject, I knew that I had that process of identification, because I mean, I got two subjects. I got the subject of her losing a whole entire memory, and I can tell you that writing about somebody who has lost his memory is a huge challenge for a writer. I mean, because she has no souvenirs, so you have to be. It took me a long time to catch her, because how can you describe her? How can you say something about who she is? It's a huge matter, because when I say I have two subjects, I have this matter. Who am I who is my character, and who am I when I lost my entire memory? Which is quite a question. And the second matter is about the way she disguises herself, and the way she looks, because it's a bit, she's one of us, and at the same time she's not. And her look at what we are. So I knew I had two questions: the question of her own identity, but also the questions of who we are through the eyes of someone who is a blank. How does she look at us? What does she look? What does she? It was a fantastic place to suddenly to join. So to look at our world and to contemplate this world, what it is about, this movement. You got this character also, Liam, this real homeless in this airport. The way he's looking at us, and it is the same for her. What does emerges from our world? It's very singular, and it was very important for me to be at this place. And writing it, I sit down for hours, for days, with a suitcase, not moving in an airport, and looking at us.
Yeah.
What's happening when you look at us?
Yeah.
What do you and it is absolutely part of my desire. It was part of my desire at the beginning, and it was part of the process of writing. To be at this, to join this position, to question it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's almost this sort of infant-like quality about it, right? When she's looking at the world at the airport and it's being reflected to us, the feeling that I had when I was reading it, I did not feel pity or sympathy for the character at all. It's only a bit later in the novel is when I was, I could empathize with her, but I never felt pity or sympathy, which I might. So was that a conscious decision as well, to give her that like complete agency?
Yes, because at the beginning she has also, how can you be pity on somebody who has nothing inside, nothing more? She's not in that process. She's like in a sideration, in a total shock. And when in a total shock, you are not in a pity. Pity is socialization. Pity is already something that belongs to a, I will say, normal world. She's no more. She's no more part of the world. So what happened and I like and I like it, and it's that she is, who is she? She's pure sensation, pure present sensation. You know, the only thing on which she can, how do you say that? The only way she can found herself, she can know about herself, is to question and to feel what she is, what her feeling at the very, in the very present. For instance, she looks at her chair. The chair is red, and she feels, and she likes this red color, and she can say to herself, "I am this woman who likes this red chair at 2 p.m. today." You know, this is not a place to be of pity. It's just a place of, I would say, of total. She comes back to something that is total. You know, the pure existence.
Yeah.
You know, she comes back to that wonder.
Yeah.
The original wonder of what is the world. Little by little, she'll come back to something, to a story, you know, to a real story. The memory will come back, and then she have a choice. Do I want to come back to something that is a story, and my story, and with its drama, with the pity, with the tears, with the sufferings, or do I want to stay in this floating, marvelous, huge, totally blank world? It's a question important for all of us too.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
You see?
Thanks so much for that. Yeah. And that makes a lot of sense to me as well. And it's kind of almost like what you said about coming back to pure existence is truly some kind of a spiritual deliverance, right? Which we're all frankly quite far away from, just because of the lives we lead in the world that we live in. Which brings me to my next point, and I don't think you're going to like this question because no writer likes this question. But so I write to feel less alone, quite simply. Why would you say you write?
Yeah, that's I write. I think I write. I mean, not to lose the connection to the huge question, which is, who am I? What am I doing here? You know, you lose that. You have this question inside, but it is so easy to lose that question and to just run and buy things and you know, just lose yourself in your life. Absolutely. And I think writing is a kind of a seize for me, a kind of spiritual, almost a seize, to oblige myself to reconnect myself to this huge question, and to replace myself in front of my own death. I'll die. Who am I? What am I doing here? What is the real sense of my position, of my existence here? And it is, I think, the real. This is why I'm writing.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the fantastic questions. You're a writer. You're a writer for sure. Nobody can ask questions like this.
Thank you. Before we've not got too much time. I just want to ask two questions. One is very much for the audience. You know, and this is something I find extremely fascinating about authors who've been doing it for a while. Quite simply, what is the one or two things you could tell someone who's a young writer or is an aspiring writer?
Okay, what I would say is that a good story is not enough. I mean, to my opinion, I mean, you have so many good stories everywhere. So it is not enough, because you have to catch a story, because it's important. For me, it's important to have a story. But the story has also to comment tu dis merde? I'm sorry. Has to have inside enough material to question the world and to question, you know, let's say, must carry, the story has to carry within it a material capable of arousing a real questioning about our world, about all what I said before. It is so important and contemporary world, you know. It has to be it has to get this capacity. So even a novel can't be just a story. And the language of the novel has also to exposes this questioning. So this is very important. It's what I would tell to him.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I'm just going to rush to my last question. If you have any recommendation for contemporary French novels that we should be reading, and I could do with this as well, because I've only, contemporary French novels.
Oh, I do like very much a man who called Laurent Mauvignier. I don't know how. Laurent Mauvignier wrote a few novels now, and he's a very important writer. I have so many people in my head. I like, I mean, oh my God, I was not expecting that questions. Who else? Because, you know, you get like, in French, you have so many people. I can give names like this, or
who have you been reading recently who you really enjoyed?
I recently loved very much Pacific, Stéphanie Hochet, and I like also her books, and Tanguy Viel. Tanguy Viel is a great also author, and I like Angélique Villeneuve. I like Camille de Toledo, fantastique. Antoine Vauters. I know I'm just, you know, you asked me this, and
it's a tough question.
No, but I in a way, it's a good question, but I mean, it's so many people are interesting actually.
Absolutely,
and it's a good point. In France, we have a lot of Nicolas Mathieu, young authors also, and older, and who are very, very interesting. Very interesting. Really.
Thank you. Got my reading list sorted for the year now.
Okay.
But thank you so much, Tiffany. This was such a great conversation. I hope you enjoyed yourself as well.
I enjoyed it so much. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So what do we do now?
I think Lasya will point it out to us.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the beautiful reading by Tiffany and the insightful conversation that followed. We will now move on to our next Chai Pakoda session with a reading from Mihal O'Connell, short story Father, which is from his book, The Colors of Man, followed by a conversation with Tara Khandelwal of Bound, where they discuss Mihal's writing process and role as a renowned translator and publisher. Please give me a few moments to share the recording. Okay, should we begin?
Yeah.
Okay. So, hi everybody, welcome to another Chai Pakoda Reading Adda at the long weekend of LiteratureS 2021 with the theme of belonging beyond borders. The long weekend is brought to you by 11 partnering European countries, the European Union, and Belong. I am Tara Khandelwal. I'm the founder of storytelling platform Bound. I'm a podcaster. My author interview podcast is trending in 19 countries, and I've been a book editor for the last 10 years. I'm really excited to be part of this session and interview today the prolific Irish writer Micheál O'Connell. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I've been practicing a lot. do let me know if I need to improve.
Yeah, you had a good teacher, I think.
Micheál has published poetry, short stories, novels, plays, novellas. He's also done a lot of translation work and he has edited several books. He is the founder of the publishing company Clo Air Connacht in 1985. And in 1997, the Irish American Cultural Institute awarded him the Butler Literary Award. In 1998, he was elected to AS Dana for his outstanding contribution to arts in Ireland, and his works have been translated into many, many languages. So, welcome.
Thank you.
So, we're going to begin the session with a very special reading from you. I can't wait to hear it, and I'm sure the audience can't wait as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your invitation. And it's great to participate in this program. I'm nearly 60 years old now, and I've been writing for a long time, since I was maybe 11, 12, 14, 15. So I started very young, very early. I write novels, short stories, etc. So I will begin with a reading. As you said, I write in Irish. Irish is my first language. I remember not being able to speak English. And the way I remember so clearly not to be able to speak English is we used to have cousins coming from Galway City and from London to stay with us in the summer when we were kids, 3, 4 years old. And I remember they spoke English and we spoke Irish. And, I had no English, but kids got on and played with each other as they do, even if they don't speak the same language. So Irish is my first language and I write in Irish. So I would begin with reading in Irish. I will read maybe just two paragraphs, just to give your audience a flavor of the Irish language, because most of them might not have heard it before, and it's very different from the English. And then I will read maybe half of a short story in English. So this is from the book An Fara Flesk, The Man Who Exploded, published about 20 years ago or so. And this is a coming out story called Ahir in Irish, or Father. Ahir. Ken chuie meach samsa ki the yonan, heiste me in joto, ma nach wak me ma ahir queen, hana iria. Iria. Fiona Mari Muwaher se tempiste, nei mi revision, diod ni queencha, govistumsa. Tam kent nar queen, ma bemische a harin on droshgel chuige. But me freshen a be in the ocherd, iro on ama fad. Leanta bakge u na socherde. Ni lago en chore bij de armsa, a gewoon van leis. Beëerd mag het jarige, agus jarige mowaard mag het dunkelige, a jumper on honra, agus arinje na socherde socherde. Wie a koersene a weile, let showed om het jafurige, ach ben niet stuurde kind, koersie timpel on tie. Soort tischkent every on, kennar doru macht jierige, Gurmische ebar fannacht tív le mair, or ba mé bolge an tain dinne a vir sa meile ó chean na bliana. Tné an fá wu me ben nach kinte, nart ní de stjór aháin cos han kam in nuas a hua. Níos ní le dien salas fekelach an lei kébie. Ní rútha sé e napkin póke, fiú mar héidir fúnes. Vi se aansien hele schuurte. Dujante bernach nokkel gewantes. Die mir chef si vader tossig de haar kan hadde aige a ge brano wai. Ik sta ne sterk dier se tinne, no mag wai se spas die injog ne kistine. Ach Joer hortuán níor honnig lena rua. On seach ó chúis leis beidir. On iad ramanta a bhain seachas. In sin ríist ní bheith maithir in cinál duine as tála fá deora leis ní áirim cuine. So that is two paragraphs from the original Irish. The English translation was done by Una Nichrachur and Frank Sewell, both well-known translators and editors. And this is the first half of the story in English. Father. Once I had told him, how was I supposed to know what to do? I had never seen my father crying before. Never. Even when Mum died 9 months ago in the accident, he never cried as far as I know. I'm sure of it, because it was me who brought him the bad news. And I was there the whole time, right up to the funeral and afterwards. It was my job to stay with him. My uncles made all the arrangements, shouldering the coffin, and the neighbours, instructed by my sister, kept the house in some order. But there was a sort of understanding, unspoken mind you, that it was best if I stayed with Dad, since I was the youngest, the only one still at home all year round. That's how I'm nearly sure he never shed a tear. Not in broad daylight anyway. He didn't even need a hanky, unless it was to blow his nose. Sure, he was all over the place. You could hardly get a word out of him. Long silences would go by, while he just stared out into the fire or out the kitchen window. But there were no tears. Maybe it was the shock, the terrible news to his system. But then again, you wouldn't really associate tears or crying with someone like my father. That's why I was taken aback, mortified. Not just the crying, but the way he cried. In fact, you couldn't really call it crying. It was more like something between a groan and a sob, stuck deep in his throat. A muffled pain sigh of revulsion, or so it sounded. It only lasted a few moments. And from the way he stopped so suddenly, you would think that he had swallowed it down like a big, foul-tasting pill you had to take on doctor's orders. He didn't even look at me, except for a stray, watery glance that scurried by when I told him. Afterwards, it was like he was trying to hide his face away, or half away from me. It should have been easier for him somehow, but not for me. There was no way I could look at him in the face for all I wanted to. So while he did it about, I sat there like a statue, with nothing left in me but my body heat. The breath was knocked out of both of us. Then I realized that even his mother cry was better than this silence. You could try to do something, maybe about a cry, if it was out there. But a deadly silence was abstract and threatening, as long, drawn out and painful as a birth. But of what? I just felt that throughout the whole time. He couldn't bring himself to look at me, even when he had recovered enough to take 2 deep breaths, one after the other, and finally to string 2 words together. And you are, he said, as if the word stuck or swelled up in his throat until he didn't know if it was safe to release it. Or else he hoped perhaps that I would say it. The word that had clogged his ears just now. A word he had never likely to form in his countryman's throat unless it was spat out in some smutty joke of the lads down the pub. A word there wasn't even a respectful word for in Irish, certainly not one that sprang to my mind. Too busy trying to gauge his mind, I forgot that I hadn't answered him yet, when suddenly he repeated, "And you're telling me you're..." "Yes," I said, half consciously interrupting him with a resting smile, similar to his, unsure whether he was going to finish his sentence this time or not. "Yes," I repeated quickly, as though the word might run and hide from me, trying for a to make up for empty silence. God save us, he said. Holy Son of God, save us. The word came out as though he had to drag them one by one from Mexico. It seemed for a moment like he would have said more, something at least, if there had been a ready-made answer, a platitude handy, some string of words to pluck from the silence. See that now, he groaned, taking a deep sniff out of the kitchen air and blowing it out again with force. Do you see that now? He grabbed the coal bucket and opened the range on top of the fire. Then he lifted a couple of sods of turf out of the Tintin 20 plastic bag beside the range and breaking the last two bits in half over his knee to build up his corner of the cramped space of the open range, shoved them in on top. It was a habit of his to combine the coal and the turf like that. The coal was too hot and too dear to use by itself anyway, he would say. Plus, it was hard to burn the turf sometimes, or to get much heat out of it, especially if it was a bit soggy after a bad summer. He took the hand brush off the hook and swept away any powdery bits of turf on the range into the fire. Then he slid the iron lid back into place with a clatter and took another deep breath, focusing on the range. And have you told your sisters about this? Yes, when they were home this summer, the night before they went back to England. He stopped a moment, still half stooped over the range. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, making no sound, like a goldfish in a bowl. He tried again and, still choked with emotion, managed a broken sentence. And your mother, did she know? Don't know, I said. Mothers know a lot more than they get told. Oh, they do. God bless the souls of the dead. He blessed himself awkwardly. But fathers know nothing until it's spelled out for them. He was standing at the table now, having poured a drop of well water from the bucket into the kettle, which was already full. Then he placed the kettle back on the range as if he was boiling water for tea, the way he did after milking time. He always made tea with well water, boiling it in the old kettle instead of using tap water and the electric kettle, unless it was early in the morning when he had no time. It would save on the electric, he always said. Even Mum couldn't get him to change. She wanted rid of the range altogether, since the electric cooker was more reliable, more precise, as she used to say, for everything, boiling, baking, cooking dinners, and heating up milk for the calves. But what if there's a power cut, he used to say, due to a storm or lightning? If the electric runs out, the range will come in handy. And any time it happened, he would turn to us delighted and say, aren't you glad now of the old range? He lifted the poker, opened the top door of the range and plunged the poker in to stir up the fire, trying to draw some flame from the depths. When the embers didn't respond very well, he turned the knob on top of the range somewhat clumsily, making the chimney suck up the flame. He poked the fire another couple of times, a bit deeper, trying to let the air through. Soon there were flames dancing, blue and red, licking the dark sods and fizzing and flitting over the hard coal, shyly at first, but growing in courage and strength. He closed the door with a deep thud, turning the knob firmly with his left hand, and he put the poker back in the corner. And what about Jimmy Bug's daughter Sheila? He asked suddenly, as if surprised he hadn't thought of this earlier. Weren't you going out with her a few years ago? He said, a hint of hope rising in his voice. Yes, sort of, I stammered. I knew it was no answer, which was the best I could just do then. Sort of, he repeated. What do you mean, sort of? You either were or you weren't. Wasn't she coming around here for a year, and God knows How long after that? Sure, she left Thomasine Tom Mary to go out with you, didn't she? He stayed at the bars over the range. But I was only changing my mind. I said, only 18 back then. Nobody knows what they want at that age, I added, or what's destined for them. But they do at 22, it seems. They think they know it all at 22, he said. I'm afraid it's not that simple, I said, surprising myself at going so far. Sure, it's not simple, anything but. He pushed the kettle aside and opened the top of the range again, as if he was checking to see the fire was still lit. It was. I went out with her because I didn't know. I didn't know what to do because all the other lads had a girl. So you? I asked her in the first place because I had to take someone to the depths. Everyone was taking some girl or other. I couldn't go alone. And it would have been odd to bring one of my sisters with me. They wouldn't have gone anyway. And I couldn't stay at home because I would have been the only one from the class not there. What else could I do? I said, amazed I had managed to get that much out. How do I know what you should have done? Couldn't you just be like everyone else or stay at home? There was something about the way he said home. I couldn't, I said. Not forever. It's not that I didn't try. I thought it best to go no further, afraid he wouldn't understand. So that's what brings you up to Dublin so much, he said, glad to have worked that much out for himself. Yes, I suppose, I answered. What else could I say? And we were all convincing her a woman up there, people asking me if we'd met her yet, or when we'd get to see her. Auntie Nora asking just the other day when we'd have the next wedding, thinking a year after your mother's death would be okay. Auntie Nora doesn't have to worry about me. She never got married herself anyway, did she? I said, blushing right away at the implication I was making. Up to Dublin. Huh. He spoke to himself. Dublin's queer and dangerous, he added, in a way that didn't require an answer. He turned around, his back to the range, and shuffled over to the kitchen table. Then he tilted the milk cooler with his two hands to pour some milk into the jug until it was nearly overflowing. Ready to get a damp cloth and clean it up if I had to, I was glad when he didn't spill so much as a drop. I felt awkward and ashamed, sitting there watching him do this, my job, usually. He poured the milk that wouldn't go into the saucepan. He poured the milk that wouldn't go into the jug, into the saucepan for the calves, and set it on the side of the range to heat up later when the cows were milk. After that, he would see to the calves themselves. He lifted the enamel milk bucket that was always set on the table rails once it was cleaned every morning after milking. Next, he gave it a good scalding with hot water from the kettle. Water boiled so long that it had the kettle singing earlier. He set the kettle with his mouth turned in, back down on the side of the range so that it wouldn't boil over with the heat. Then he swirled the scalding water around the bottom of the bucket and emptied it in one into the calf saucepan. He stretched over a bit to grab the dishcloth off the rack above the range. Then he dried the bucket and hung it up again rather carelessly, watching to see it didn't roll down on top of the range. It didn't. All at once, he straightened up as if a thought had suddenly struck him. He turned around and looked at me for a second, our eyes meeting, taking each other in. The look he gave now was different from the earlier one. The sudden, teary glance he gave me when I first told him. Now I noticed the wrinkles across his forehead, some curled, some squared off, the sharp grey hair pulled down in a fringe, the eyebrows, the eyes. What eyes! They chased away whatever daydream must go into my mind just then. They made me want to run. Those eyes that could say so much without a word. I knew then that the only way to look at a man was right in the eyes, even if it was a casual side glance on the sly. I looked away, unable to take any more, grateful that he took it upon himself to speak. He had the bucket tucked up under his arms the way he did when he was going out milking. And how about your health? He managed to say nervously. Is your health all right? So there is an extract from the story. Father.
Thank you so much for reading that out. It's very engaging, and I read the story myself earlier, and I really, really enjoyed it. The themes of the father-son relationship and him coming out was very interesting. So I want to begin, Nihal. Way back when you said that you began writing in Irish as a teenager, and you've been writing since then. So I want to know, what drew you to writing, and what were those first stories, or what was it that you first wrote?
I used to, as a kid, I used to write little poems in school. I think even when I was 10, 11 years old. And then I used to read lots of books in English and in Irish. There were not that many books in Irish at the time, but as a secondary school kid, my mother used to read books by an English writer called Enid Blyton, and they were like adventure stories. And I was impressed by them, and I tried to copy one of them once and wrote a little kind of a book in English. But I started really seriously when I went to secondary school, when I was 14, 15, etc. And most of the time, then I was writing about what I saw around me, really. The farmland, animals, people in the countryside, rural Ireland, the countryside. So I was writing mostly what I had seen around me. And I was also at the time reading people like Liam O'Flaherty, who wrote in English as well. Liam O'Flaherty from the Aran Islands. I come from an island and he came from an island too, a much bigger island. And I was kind of impressed by his work and his style. And I suppose he would have been one of my earlier influencers. Another poet who I admired was Martin O'Geron, the poet from the Aran Islands, who also wrote in Irish. So yeah, in the beginning, I think it was themes from the environment and the countryside where I came from and the people I saw around me, basically, I think.
I used to also read Enid Blyton, and the first thing that I ever wrote was also a copy of an Enid Blyton story.
Yeah.
So we all start out doing that. I also want to ask you about some of the themes of your work, because some of the themes, of your work have been very hard hitting, even controversial, if you want to put it like that. So you cover, themes like abortions, relationships with a large age gap, homosexuality. So I want to know, what attracts you to these topics, and how do you pick the topics that you want to write on?
That's quite difficult. I would rather say that the topics pick me. I'm somebody who's very interested in society, obviously. I'm very interested in people. I'm very interested in what's happening around me. I'm interested in social issues and human rights and change and all that. And I suppose maybe then that leads me to think more about these topics, whether it's abortion or homosexuality or whatever. And also, I think most books, most great short stories, you write about people who live on the edge, as I often say when I'm writing a play, you don't put a happy family on stage because there's no drama, there's no action, there's no play. You put a family that has problems, on stage. Like one of my plays is about a transvestite living in rural Ireland and he has no outlet. He wants to wear women's clothes and all that. And, how would a family deal with that when they find out that their son is into dressing up like women in rural countryside 20, 30 years ago? And Ireland has changed a lot, So these things I think about, obviously, and I'm trying to focus on people, I think, living on the edge or living on the margin of society, who are not on the mainstream, and who are forced to think about these things because, you know, it is part of their lives. Even though most people mightn't think about them at all, and they don't affect, you know, the ordinary people, if there's such a thing as ordinary people, because what is ordinary for one person is not, you know, is not ordinary for the next person. So in general, these things come to me, and I see kind of, there's a story there, there's drama, there is conflict, you know, there's argument, there are two sides of the story. Some people would be for such a thing, some people would find it strange, some people would laugh at it and make fun of it, but it can be very serious for the main character or whatever. So in general, and I also suppose I try to write in general some that hasn't been written before, if you know what I mean. You know, in the Irish language traditions, you know, there'd be a lot of stories about living in the countryside, as I said, and rural Ireland, etc. But you like to bring new types of characters into the literature. You like to maybe educate the audience or let them see alternative living, alternative lifestyles. Yeah, yeah, you know, I'm interested in these things, but also they come to me, if you know what I mean, and they are on my mind. I mean, I think a short story is something that has to come from inside. You know, I mean, many people come to me, they know I'm a writer, and they tell me a story about something that happened to them or some character, and they say to me, you should write about that. And I hate that, because while their story might be interesting, it's not coming from me, from the inside. I haven't thought about it the way you need to think a lot about something before you start writing, you know. So you know, I'm, you know, when somebody comes to me like that, it doesn't kind of spark off, you know, a string of words, you know, or a story timeline in my mind. So it is something that has to come from inside, and then I feel more comfortable about it. I feel I've thought about it a lot. I feel I can maybe handle it and take it from there.
Yeah, that's true. It has to come from inside, and oftentimes as humans we want to explore the unexplored, and we want to tell those stories that may be untold, and there's so many out there. So that's amazing that you're doing that. I also want to talk about your role as the founder of the Irish publishing house, Clo Air Connect. I hope I'm saying that right, which publishes 20 books a year. And you've also said that there are around 250 Irish writers at present. So, you know, this got me thinking about the Irish publishing industry, or just, you know, modern Irish language literature. And I'm sure our audience would love to know more about what kinds of writing, you know, is out there. What kind of writing do you look to publish? What are certain themes, topics that other Irish writers are writing about today?
You're asking a lot of questions there. First of all, in a nutshell, I think in Ireland there might be up to 2,000 or 1,500 new books published every year, between everything, you know. And in the Irish language, there'd be about maybe 130 books every year. And that includes all books for all ages, from infants, kids, teenagers, adults. So I would estimate at the moment there might be up to 3,000 Irish language books in print. You know, having said that, readers are small, the number of readers compared to the English. In English, if you have a bestseller, you can have, you know, 20, 30, 50, 100,000 copies. In the Irish language, if a book sells 900, 1,000 copies, that would be a bestseller. And that would not happen very often. We might achieve that with one book every year out of 20. So most books would sell maybe 300, 400, 500, maybe 600 copies, depending on the book, on the author, on advertising, maybe if you got a prize. So therefore, it's limited, but as I keep saying, the same amount of work goes into writing a book in Irish as a book in English. The same with publishing. You have to do the book cover, the dust jacket, and all that, the marketing, the publicity. So the same work goes into it, but the sales are quite small. Having said that, I think Irish language writing is in a healthy state. As you mentioned, there'd be about, I'd say, up to 300 Irish language writers at the moment. At least 150, 200 creative writers who are writing poetry, writing short stories, who have books published. And they are writers who are very serious about it, who are writing more or less full-time or half the time. They have part-time jobs as well, maybe, but they prefer not to have a full-time job, but to devote most of their time to writing as often as they can. And more and more women are writing now, which is a change that's happened in the last 20 years or so. There are gaps in the market. We need, for example, some more teenage fiction in Irish, but that keeps changing every year because teenage fiction styles and topics change every year, as you know. So therefore, a fair amount of books will be translated into Irish mother language for teenage fiction. About the topics people write about, I think they write about nearly all topics. We would have historical fiction, for example, in Irish. We'd have some mysteries and murder books in Irish. We'd have a lot of popular fiction, kind of easy read, which are important for people learning the language, and people who have some Irish who mightn't be able to read a classic, but who would read, a good novel in Irish that wouldn't be too difficult. So kind of popular fiction novels are plentiful. And there's also, of course, what I'm most interested in, the literary fiction, the more serious fiction of short stories, novels, or whatever. So in general, we are quite lucky, I think, at the moment, and we are going through a good phase in that there's lots of good material being published every year. We would love if more people read them, and if more people, had Irish. I would estimate there might be maybe up to 300,000, maybe 500,000 of people who speak Irish fairly good. That is out of a population of 5 million. But of course, the number of readers would be pretty small, and those who would have a good grasp of the language so that they could read a novel. So it's always a challenge for us to increase the readership and to get people reading and to promote Irish language books. But for those who speak the language and those who have learned the language, there is really, I think, a good supply of books available at the moment. Now, of course, you will never find everything in Irish. If you want a book about gardening, there'd be very few in Irish. There'd be maybe 2 or 3 cookbooks in Irish, but there'd be, 300 cookbooks in English, So there'd be lots of topics like that where the number of books will be limited, obviously. But for in general, there is also, as I said, a lot available as well.
I like what you said, about the same amount of effort goes into every single book, whether it's writing it, promoting it, and marketing it. So, it is a lot of labor of love. And then out of, the books that are published,
Yeah.
It's sad, but very few end up, becoming those bestsellers. I hope that all books find their readers. But speaking about promoting Irish literature, you've said that, the translation of your books into English has been a good way of, even promoting the language in a bit, because what you really like to do is, you want to retain the flavor of the language. So even when I was reading through the books, through the stories, there was a lot of phrases that I could tell were very particular. Phrases like he would talk down into the bottle, or words like crack. So I found that very interesting. So could you tell us a little bit more about how has your experience been, when your books have gotten translated, and do things get lost in translation?
Yes, things get lost in translation. However, I think good translators will work very hard to make sure a translation is more or less as good as the original. So you will lose out a little bit here and there, but you can also gain. You can gain in translation as well. And I would like to think that some of our books have gained in translation. You know, I try to do myself when I'm translating a play from English into Irish. I try to make it richer where possible. It's like swings and roundabouts. So you're going to lose a little bit here and there. But of course, people around the world are fascinated with Irish literature, you know, with Joyce and Beckett and Yeats and all these great writers. So we are very lucky. But of course, part of the reason why they're so good is the language they use, you know, and the language they use the English they use has been influenced by the Irish language, you know, and people find that fascinating. So we are lucky, I think, as Irish writers in that people find the English we use so fascinating. And then, of course, as coming from the Irish, that brings an extra layer to the language. And we try to, you know, obviously when we're translating to be very loyal to the original. Like the best sample of that would be Céanna Cille, which is without question the most important book of fiction written in modern Irish language. And that was by Martin O'Kine. And Yale University Press, they did 2 translations of that book some years ago. 2 translations into English, published within 1 year of each other, because it is such an important book. Now, one translation is very, very close to the language. They try to translate every phrase. And a lot of the phrases would have echoes of, you know, they might have echoes from folklore or Shanachal or proverbs, you know, or places in Ireland, mythology and all that. And it can be very, very hard to bring that with you into another language, you know, because half a phrase can echo so many things for the native Irish language reader that would be possibly lost in the translation. But you just have to try to work at it. And one translation, Graveyard Play, is very close to the original. However, the other translation by Alan Titley is more open, and he did what O'Kine did when he wrote in Irish. He kind of tries to recreate a type of English that is international, drawn words from all sorts of English spoken in different places, you know, in his translation. And in a way, that is what O'Kine did 50 years earlier when he wrote the book in Irish, because he took words from the Bible. You know, he took words from Scottish Gaelic. You know, he took words from Middle Irish, from Old Irish, and put them into his contemporary at the time Irish language novel. And I think a writer is always mining, as they say. You're digging for words and looking for words and recycling them. And so you can be very creative with the language you use in any language. And it is part of the responsibility of the translator to do that. Like I've translated many plays into Irish, mostly by Martin McDonagh, but lately Samuel Beckett, you know, Happy Days, Land for Summer. They're very, very different, you know, but I try to bring to them something new and something that's kind of, you know, fizzing and moving in the language I bring them to. And I would hope that, of course, other people do the same when they translate from Irish into other languages.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I'm sure that, you know, the books that you mentioned, translation scholars will have a lot to learn. I find translation very fascinating myself, just because of this whole topic, getting lost in translation and how close you stick to the original. So,
yeah, of course, and of course, I often say, where would we be without translations?
Oh, yeah.
Like I read only English and Irish, you know, so I have read German writers in English, French writers, Spanish writers, people from all over the world, and I would not be able to read them if there were no translations. And that works in every language for every reader.
Yeah, even in India, you know, there's much more of a push nowadays for translations into English from other languages. And those are some of the stories that are most fascinating because they uncover, you know, folk tales, myths that you would never have heard of. But coming to your writing routine, you know, I'm always fascinated with writers' writing routines. You've written so much. It must take so much creativity and effort. So what is your writing routine like?
That is the problem. I don't have a routine most of the time, and I can get lazy, etc. My best routine is to go away somewhere else. Even though I live alone in a house in the countryside, you would not find a quieter place to write. And I know every other writer in the world might kill for it. But I do a fair amount of writing at home. But I find it hard to have a routine, I must say. But what I like to do is travel. I might go to Spain for 2 weeks, and I might write every day for 3 or 4 hours, you know. And that is when I'm writing at my best. And I need that space when I'm writing the first draft of something, because when I'm writing the first draft of a novel or short stories, I like to be able to do it all day. And also I like to be able to go to sleep thinking of the characters, you know, bring them with me. And when I wake up, they're still there and they are around me. And I'm thinking, how will I sort this out, you know? So when I'm at my best, as it were, comfortable and happy writing, I'm normally away in some other country doing it for a block of 2 or 3 weeks, you know, all the time. At home, I have so many other things to do, housework, the usual. You're on your email, you're answering emails, etc. And therefore, it can be difficult to get a block of time together, because it's no good to have an hour, you know, for writing. You need half a day or a day at least. I can do a lot of rewriting at home and reading over things, you know, etc. I also like to keep fit and go to the gym and go walking a lot. And quite often when I'm in the gym, you know, I'm also working on my characters a lot. You know, I do a lot of thinking in that space. Or the same if I'm out walking on my own, which I do most days. And I'm sorting out characters in a play or something, or what happens next, or how to end something. When I go running, you know, outside, I find ideas come to me. Maybe because I'm away from the radio, from everything else. It's just me and my head there. You know, that's also what I like about traveling, is you are outside of your own zone, and your mind is more free, you know, to wander. And I think to be creative, you need to have an empty space in your mind to let things come in, you know, rather than being you know, connected with work and things all the time. So there's no, some of the other books I've written, I would have written a lot of them in the long winter nights. You know, it gets dark here in Ireland at 5 o'clock in the winter. So, you know, and sometimes I would stay working until, sometimes my working day might not start until 6, 7 in the evening, and I might continue on to 2 or 3 in the morning, you know. So, you know, that's basically it. You know, I think I try to grab the chance when I have time to write, but also I don't think I would be able to write full time every day of the year. I know some writers do that, but I would find drained, you know, and I don't know if I could produce good stuff if I had all the time in the world to write every day. You know, I don't think that would be satisfactory either, even though I'm complaining for not having enough time to write.
No, the constraint definitely can give pressure. And I like what you said about creativity comes from emptiness. And I really believe that too, you know, that one should not be afraid of emptiness or a vacuum, because that's when something can happen. And so funny, because a lot of the writers I interview actually also think of all of their characters on long walks. I find long walks to be the best tool for creativity. So you've written so many different formats. You've written short stories, plays, poetries, novel, novella, edited many books. So which format, you know, are you most comfortable with, and which is the most challenging for you, and why?
They can all be challenging. I think I've gone through different phases. At the moment, I'm doing some fiction and plays, you know. Few years ago, I spent a lot of time writing plays, you know, and nothing else. For me, possibly the most challenging would be a novel, and because of the length of it. Now, many people say a short story is harder to write than a novel, and most people seem to say that. I must say I don't agree with it at all. But the problem I have with a novel is you need a lot of time, with it, and also you have so much freedom in a novel that you can, as they say, hang yourself. You have so much freedom. You can get lost, go up different tangents. In a short story, it's more confined. And normally in a short story, I would have the ending before I start. In fact, I might have the ending of the story before the story, if you know what I mean. But yeah, they're all challenging in different ways. I mean, even drama, and I do a fair amount of that, I find that challenging. Some people tell me I'm very good at dialogue, and I probably am good at writing dialogue, which is very close to the spoken word as we speak it in Irish. But the problem with that is I can run away with the dialogue and keep writing dialogue without having much of a story, So sometimes I might have very good dialogue, but the story might not be moving ahead at all. And sometimes, and that's partly because I have a good grasp of the Irish language and I'm a native speaker. That's why maybe many of our playwrights who write in Irish are not native speakers. They are people who learn the language. I didn't mention that before, but I suppose maybe 2/3 or 75% of Irish language writers would have been people who would have learned the language. Maybe 25-30% would be native speakers like me. So they are coming at it from a different angle. I'm writing in Irish because it is the best way I can express myself in. It's as simple as that. I can express myself a lot better in Irish than in English. I find it hard to answer your question, which is the most difficult. I said the novel because of time, the length of time. But to finish anything, you have to spend a lot of time at it. Like when I write, it takes about 4 years for every book, from the beginning to the end, at least 4 years, maybe 5 years. And I'm aware of that, and I accept that. I don't mind that. I write it 20 times, 30 times, and I don't mind giving it that time, that care. Okay, it's a bit of a drag, knowing that what I'm writing now will not be published until 3 or 4 years, etc. But I can live with that because I like something to be as finished, as precise as possible, and I want to be, normally by the time it gets published, I'm tired of it. I'm getting fed up with it, and also once I've published a book, I'm not one bit interested in it. I never read my own books, except when you ask me to read a chapter or a story for something like this. But I don't read the books I've written, and I'm not interested in them at all. They are for readers, etc. But what I am very interested in is what I'm writing now, and what I'm writing next. I put all my energy into that, as it were.
And it's very interesting what you said about rewriting, because again, I interview lots of authors, and they all say that the toughest part of writing a book, is the rewriting of it, because then you get the story down, and then you keep tinkering and you work on it for years, and then you never know when it's ready for publication. So I can totally imagine the novel is the hardest form. The last question I have for you is related to the story that you read out. What was the inspiration behind that story?
To be honest with you, I'm not quite sure, because I wrote it 25, 30 years ago. It is not autobiographical. It could have been, but it's not. But I think most of the stories I write, I get a lot of inspiration from people's faces. You're walking down the street and you see somebody, or it might be a word or a phrase. Like I was reading a book once, and I came across the word scale, shadow. The word shadow, and immediately it hopped off the page into my face. And from that moment, kind of, I wrote the story, Free Scale in in Shadow's Shade, which is a story about a person's shadow. And our shadow is there as we are being born, and is with us all our lives somewhere. And our shadow is even there after we die, So I was able to write a story about this world, as it were. But normally I get stories from people's faces, and normally people in a crowd, maybe in a restaurant. Sometimes I just take a look and you see something in that face, and then I try to imagine what's going on inside that head. Sometimes I might know people, but most of the time I wouldn't even know them, and I wouldn't want to know them, and I wouldn't want to talk to them either. I wouldn't want to ask the person, what's going on in your head right now, because the way you look. I would prefer to imagine, to create a life for that person. So you never know where an inspiration is going to come from. As somebody said, if we knew all the rights, we'd go there to get it, because we need this spark to spark off short stories. But normally it would come from me from faces or from something somebody would say.
I love how writers are so observant, and I like what you said about imagining yourself into someone's world. That's the fun of writing. That's the fun of creating, is that, you can imagine yourself into different people's shoes, different worlds. It's just an exciting process.
I normally tell my students when I give workshop, every writing, you can break into three things. Could be autobiographical, part of it, your own story. It could be second-hand information. You read an article in a newspaper about somebody in such a situation. But the third part is imagination. You imagine a person in such a situation, and then you kind of mix the three together. And most of my work would, I suppose, be a mixture of those three things. But I prefer to the imagination side of it more than the other two.
The imagination side is most fun, for sure. So we have a question from the Belong team. You mentioned when you're writing about social identities that you personally don't associate it with, like abortion. What level of empathy or research do you get into? How much research do you do?
For some topics, I would do a lot of research, because you have to get your facts right, and some topics I would know a lot about, obviously. Other topics I wouldn't, but it is my duty, of course. The last thing you want is you write a story and somebody say, well, how could that happen? It just couldn't happen. You know what I mean? And now you can get away with it with experimental writing, etc., which I've done in some short stories. But if you're writing about a topic like abortion or something like that, you obviously have to get your facts right. And I wouldn't know everything about these things. And I would definitely do a lot of reading and research, and even sometimes for a minor character, because it has to sound true. If it doesn't sound true to the reader, you've lost them already. They just read, they come across something and they say, no, this can't be, and you've lost them. So for certain, like at the moment, I'm trying to write either a play or a novella. I'm not sure yet, about a lady who immigrated from Ireland 150 years ago. There was a big tragedy in her life. She lost four brothers in a drowning accident, but she lived in America. So I'm trying to recreate her mind as she lived in America while her brothers were drowned at home. So therefore, I have to do a lot of search about Boston in the US, where she lived in the 1850s, 150 years ago. So for this sort of play or novel, I will obviously have to do some serious research about life there at the time, and indeed life in Connemara at the time as well. Now I'm pretty familiar with that because I kind of know our history more or less, but there'd be a lot of little facts, like for example, place names, the names of the fields around the house where she lived. I have to get that right, obviously, and the names of all the little roads and the hills in where she lived. So there is a certain amount of research that you have to do and you have to get right.
Yeah, it has to sound authentic, and research is also such a fun part of this whole process, because
Yes.
It's all about learning. I mean, you're going to learn so much about 1850s Boston, and it's just about immersing yourself into an entirely new world all the time. It's so exciting.
And the problem with articles is you have to be careful as well that all your information doesn't clog up the story. You can have so much information and you have to hold some of the back, just what's needed, and that can be tricky as well to get that right.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the mesmerizing reading by Mihal and the conversation that followed. We will now we have Achal, Anna, and Ishan on board, and we will now move on to the first panel discussion of today, Uncovering Diverse Pasts with Anna Filomena Amaral, Achal Malhotra, moderated by Ishan Sharma. In this panel, we hope to discuss history's invisibilization of marginalized voices, stories, and realities, and talk about the two writers' experience writing historical narratives. I will hand it over to Ishan to further this discussion.
Thank you so much, Yoshita. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Thank you so
Hi,
much. Welcome. Good evening, everyone. Hi, Anshul. Hi, Anna. And welcome to Long Weekend of Literatures, organized by Belong in collaboration with various European nations and embassies. And I'm truly honored to host this panel. And I think I would first like to give a small introduction to our speakers. I'm Ishan, I'll be moderating the session. And with me, I have Ana Filomena Amaral, who is a Portuguese award winning writer and an experienced translator in several languages, especially German. She has published 13 books and novels in Portugal, Mexico, Brazil, and the USA. And her novel Vaulted Home, Those Who Cheat Death, that we heard in the previous session, won the prize from Los Angeles Book Review, and she has participated in several literary festivals in Cape Verde, Brazil, India, and Beijing, and she is the director of Words of Fire, a literary festival in Portugal. Our second speaker, Aanchal Malhotra, is an oral historian, a writer based in New Delhi, and she is the co-founder of Museum of Material Memory, and she writes extensively on the 1947 partition and its related topics. Her first book, published in South Asia as Remnants of a Separation, that came out in 2017, and internationally as Remnants of Partition, that came out in 2019, was shortlisted for the Sahitya Akademi Yuva Puraskar, British Academy's Nafez Al-Rodan Prize for Global Cultural Understanding, Hindu Lit for Life Non-Fiction Prize, among other national and international accolades. So this evening we are going to talk about uncovering diverse pasts. One of Anna's famous work, Vaulted Home, explores the history of mankind by uh, centering the voice of a woman through all eras, and her writing deals with themes of dislocation, migration, refugee, ignorance, and apathy of a world full of geographical borders. Similarly, Aanchal also deals with partition, which offers a parallel view in the South Asian context. And I would first like to begin with the question that what do our speakers and our guests understand by the word diverse and the diversity that we are talking about? So I'll first go to Anna and then I'll come to Aanchal. Anna, over to you.
Yes, diverse. For me, the diversity in history tells the very, very individual history of any societies or any countries. For instance, when I talk about the Portuguese history is, of course, and logically diverse from the British history or French history. So all histories, our collective history and memory, because when we speak about history, we are speaking about memory, and that is very important that we remember that without history, there is no memory, And I think that the diversity is the matrix of history, but is also the diversity of the different approaches of the different perspectives that every person has of its history. And for instance, if you talk with me about our Portuguese history, I have my insight of our Portuguese history. But if you talk with another colleague from me about the same, probably he has another approach and he makes a diverse interpretation. So, and if you talk, for instance, with young people, they probably have, if they know the history, that is the question, they probably have another and diverse perspective of their history. And for me, for instance, memory is very important, but when you talk with young people, they still have a very short memory. So really, history is, we can say, the essence of diversity, because it is in its essence diverse, not only the history of each country, but the history seen by each individual of each country. And that is the power, and that is the interest of history too.
Thank you for mentioning about individualism, and I'll come to that. But before that, Anchal, over to you.
So many similar thoughts echoing in my mind because I work with people's stories. And when I think of diversity, the first thing that comes to my mind is the multitude of voices that make up history. And as Anna said, the people who lived through that time. I write on partition, and the first thing I noticed when I started doing my research was how every person perceives partition in a different way, whether it is because of their nationality, their ethnicity, their religion, their age group. And I feel like when I started speaking to people, and I think this is the case for many oral historians who work on historical events where people are still around to share their insights of that time, they will see that there's no one perspective to look at history. And the minute you start stringing diversity into your research, it becomes more holistic, it becomes more authentic, and I think it becomes more representative. And for me, I found myself unlearning a lot because of diversity, which I think is like the hallmark of a good researcher, to look beyond your personal perspective. So many similar things. Anna, a lot of your answer resonated a lot with me.
Thank you.
So, if you talked about the individual voices and how you have to weave the narrative through those voices, but do you agree with the point that in the kind of history that was written and that is being studied, the essence of individual is missing? We do not talk about individual, but we talk about communities or religions or groups of people. What are your takes on that, Achal?
It's complicated because I have often heard oral history. Firstly, oral history doesn't get the kind of importance that it deserves. Not just in India, I feel like all over the world, it deserves a lot more value as a source of history, historical information, because people speak about their experiences in their voice, in their words, in their language. That being said, I can only speak from my perspective, the story and history of partition, and I feel like it is highly devoid of individualism. And what that does is, to simplify something almost means to like uncomplicate it. I don't know, I don't think I'm explaining it in a good enough way, but humans are very complicated. And if we look at something as entwined as partition, where let's say you perceive something about certain religious communities, but the stories that you record may say something absolutely different, which means that somewhere between community histories and individual histories, there is a discrepancy. And I find, I don't know, I try and focus on, I'm not interested in the very big outline of the world. I'm interested in the very small, like how people feel, what they remember. And often the question about the veracity of history comes in. Is someone telling the truth about their past? Can you trust someone's memory? But, as Anna said, memory is what makes up a certain kind of history. There are blocks of memory that add up to historical events being remembered and passed down. And I always focus, I say, on the small H histories rather than the capital H histories, which to me seem very daunting. Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, and Anna, over to you.
Yes, when we speak about history, there is always a concept that comes in my mind, and that is, for instance, we lived 50 years of dictatorship here, and the mainstreaming history was dictated by the dictators. So we have also, as historians, to look very well the sources from where we get the information for our history, because we also have to be very critical, because the main voice, it's not the only one of the historical process. And we really have to try to hear all the other voices that are not expressed in the mainstream history. And that is the work of an historian. Therefore, it's so important when we are digging. I am historian, but I am an archaeologist. So it's important for me to dig not only the soil, but also the sources. And for instance, when you are reading original document, you always need or if you have that possibility, to compare what the writers of that moment wrote about that, because it's a completely other perspective. And so you have a very diverse kind of documents that you really need to prospect and to dig if you want to have the chain of the story the most truly as possible, because truth is also another very, very tricky word. And I was reading about this war that is now in the Western Sahara between Morocco and Sahrawi people and so on. People who lost or were robbed from their country 50 years ago. And if I talk with people from Morocco, of course, or a Spanish one, or a Sahrawi one, they will for sure have their vision of the history. But as an historian, you have to hear. It's also like a journalist. You have to hear all the voices so that you can make your mind and be the most, how can I say, truly possible, or to be near what is really happening, and to transmit that with accuracy, to be accurate in what you are writing and you are transmitting to the next generations. So it's really a very and you also have not only the written documents, you have the oral testimonies. And the oral testimonies are really very, very important, because to hear the voice of living people is not the same as reading a dead document.
Yes, and you both have mentioned about oral history and the problem with the mainstream history. I'll ask this question towards the end of our discussion, because I think it's very important to talk about. But you also mentioned in some ways a problem that we deal in India with the textbooks that we have for students, where we do not represent diversity enough. And that is one problem with the mainstream history, unfortunately. There are questions being raised on the school textbooks, especially history textbooks in India these days. So I'll ask this question to both of you. How was your experience, in Portugal? Because you were a school teacher and for a very long time. And Anchal, how was your experience as a student of history, dealing with school textbooks?
You mean the history books that I, as a student, yes, of course. I still studied. My first years at school were still under dictatorship regime. So the books were only talking about the mainstream history. Of course, they will never talk. Even the text was censored. So the text that we used to learn Portuguese and how to read and how to write Portuguese, they were chosen by the regime. So those were the allowed ones. So then we have the forbidden ones, and so it's in a certain way during almost 6 years, I was formatted in this main thinking of the dictatorship. And it's of course, I was very, very young. And then we had the revolution of the revolution in 74 and April 74, and of course everything, but I was still very young at that time. I was 11 years old. So but we felt the first sentence my mother said when I went home is, "Oh, something happened in Lisbon. They are all in the streets and fighting, and I'm so scared about your father, who did not yet return home from work." So these were the first. But then after 1-2 months, we heard, now we can speak freely. We can read freely. Now we don't have to be afraid of the political policemen. And this is a completely other history. Yes. And that's in every moments of the evolution of a country, we have really very different moments in history. And now, for instance, when I compare now the history books, they are really different, of course, because we live in a democracy, and because we can, they are not censored by the regime. So, and now we can really say and write what we want. But, and there is a but, there are still some voices that are not yet represented in this main history. For instance, women are still very underrepresented. For instance, LGBT community are still very underrepresented. Represented. So the minorities, for instance, we don't speak about gypsies in our books, and we have a gypsy community. So as all the countries have, I think the gypsies are spread around the world. So these are the voices that still in a democracy are not enough heard.
Definitely, and I think that's an interesting issue that we'll deal in this conversation. Anchal, how was your experience?
Well, I grew up in Delhi in the 90s. I studied in the CBSE curriculum, and let's talk about the history curriculum, because that's really what the panel is about. When I learned history and I studied it all the way till the end of high school, I think I have to say that it is the first introduction that any young person has to the history of their nation, which means that the curriculum plays a very big role in forming our perceptions of the past. I think that I was taught history in a way that was so removed. It made me feel like my history had no impact on my present, which I think is quite a shame, because when we learned about partition, for example, we learned about the Indian independence movement. The first thing I should have done when I learned about these things is come home and ask my family, hey, did you live through this? Did you witness it? Did you see it? But I never did that because I was never encouraged to do that. I found now in retrospect, if I think back, I found the curriculum not only reductive, but also quite flat in the manner of teaching. My teacher was not interested in exploring what had happened in the past. She was just very much interested in getting with the text. And like, I think when I teach someone about partition, I want to do it in a way that makes it not just personal, but also immediate. That shows me and shows my audience that, this is what happened in the past, and look at how it's continuing to impact our future. Maybe not the big ways that you think, but look at all these small ways that it has woven into the fabric of your present day life. So I think this element was vastly lacking when I was there. I come from a family of refugees. 4 grandparents of mine came from across the border when India-Pakistan split in 1947. So when the word partition was introduced in class, I should have clicked and I should have said, oh, wait, 4 refugees at home, I should ask. But I never did it because I don't think that it was taught in a way that I felt like that history was mine. It was taught in a way that I had to just memorize it and regurgitate it on an exam sheet. It wasn't a personal history. So that was a very big problem when I was in school. Now, several years have passed, and I have been seeing consistently the textbooks for the past maybe 5 years, maybe more, and they have something called oral history in it. They have introduced oral history. They have introduced women's stories of the time. They have introduced books of oral history that are like recommended reading alongside your textbook. And I find that so helpful because that means that students are listening not just to, okay, so-and-so pact was signed and so-and-so war happened, but okay, this is how this woman in this village felt when this took place. Now, it's just a very kind of token into that history, but at least it's a beginning. The other thing that I appreciate, at least about the CBSE curriculum now, is that they require every student in grade 12 to do an oral history project, which means that they need to interact with someone who has lived through an event of history or interact with someone who has written about events of history, which means that they are introduced to the process of conversing about history, asking questions about the past, which I think is vastly lacking in subsequent generations. And I think what it also does is it teaches people how to listen to, let's say, an older person who is remembering things. Listening is a very important part of writing history, particularly when you write living history. You need to inculcate people's words. You need to translate them onto the page, which means sometimes you need to put yourself in their shoes. You need to empathize with them. And I think that by encouraging students to do oral history projects, you're putting them in situations where they have to listen and interpret the past themselves, which is a step in the right direction, I think.
I think that's a ray of hope in India.
Yes.
But I'll come to Anna for the teacher's perspective. You mentioned about the teachers in India. I'll come to Anna now to have her perspective as a teacher in Portugal about history.
Yes, I think that teachers, of course, in every disciplines have a major role to play in each country, in each society. But one thing that it's very important for me, and it's still beginning in these historical studies, is that I think history is, of course, as by definition, the study of the past. But I think it shouldn't be only that. I think as the past and the present shapes the future, I think that when we are teaching history and we are speaking about history, we should think critically how this history should teach us to shape a different future. So not only staying in the past or even in the present, but already taking these tools of history and try to build the future. And that is the major role of history today, in my opinion, because we know we made mistakes in the past. We know that we didn't learn with mistakes in the past. We know that we are making the same mistakes in the present. But please, let's think about the history of future. It may sound like a paradox, but it isn't. And if we think this way, maybe we are not making the same mistakes in the future again. And that is the most important issue when we think now about what's happening in the world, about all the tragedies we are living in this moment. Is the main question is this: do we want to shape the future as we shaped the past, or do we want to shape it differently? And finishing with all these tragedies and catastrophes that we are living at the moment.
Yes, and I think that is a sad part of history, that we do not really learn anything from it, and that is half of the root cause of our problems today. Uh, you both mentioned about women's history, and the scenario is that we in mainstream history, women are not given their due credit of history. And somebody was telling me, we are studying his story but not her story. that's kind of segregation that we do with the women, and also the uh, diversity at large, the LGBTQI community and others. I'll come to the women's question, because you both deal with women in your books. In Vaulted Home, you give the history of mankind through the feminist perspective, through the eye of a woman. Anchal, you also deal with stories told by women in your book, especially of your grandmother, Hansla Chaudhary, and many others. So, in history, women's are largely invisible, unfortunately. So I would like to have your comments on these issues, on the issue of women in history. So I'll start with Anchal, and then I'll come to Anna.
I during my field research for my work, I recorded stories of a lot of women in India and Pakistan and in the diaspora, and I feel like there is a different aura to the space when you are speaking to a woman. Stories of the past are often dominated by men. In our society, it's simply because the society is patriarchal, and the man often speaks for the family. So when I did speak to women who were sitting with the family, they were often reticent to open up, or they had a man speaking for them. I remember distinctly, I did this interview in Jammu, in North India, Jammu and Kashmir, and I was speaking to a woman who had lived through partition and a specifically gory incident in the area of Mirpur, which is now in Pakistan. And every time I would ask her something, she would look to her son to know if she could answer it. And to what extent she answered, honestly, I cannot say, but I feel like that, that gesture of hers encapsulated a lot of what it means to record women's voices, or what it means to understand the history of women. The women that did open up did so in confidence to me. The and their stories were very unique. I found, if I'm comparing now male histories to women's histories in the area of partition studies, I will say that more than often women mentioned about the family structure. And this was a very big thing that came up again and again: how to restart family, how many of them sold their jewelry to start life in a new place as refugees. And I don't know, I don't solely focus on women's stories. So there are many other writers who write specifically on the issue of women and partition. But I did find that it helped me see how women have no choice but to remain silent sometimes because of the society, not just in the words they were saying, but also the words they weren't saying. You know, so much of oral history is not about what is said, but what is gestured, what is shown through the movement of the body. And it is still, I would say, despite the amount of work done on partition and women specifically, it is not enough. It is not enough because it doesn't holistically represent the various communities that were impacted by partition in a way that does justice to what they endured in India and Pakistan and Bangladesh as well. So I will say there's a lot more work to be done, and it is being done.
Definitely. And uh, in particular, Urvashi Butalia's work on partition deals with the women's experience of,
Urvashi, of course, but also Ritu Menon, Kamla Bhasin, and a lot of younger scholars are also looking at specifically at women's stories. So that gives me a lot of hope, you know. Anam Zakria, Pakistani scholar, she recorded several women that lived through the 1971 creation of Bangladesh, division of Pakistan, Third India-Pakistan War. So it gives me hope that women are more and more, women's stories are at the center of historical events.
Yeah, so there is change happening, but we have to, promote that change.
I think that we spoke about this when we had our little discussion earlier also, that one thing I find interesting in those of us who write history and are women, I found this with myself. The notion, or I guess I would say the occupation of historian, when we think of it, the predominant image that comes to mind is a man. And I find it interesting that whenever there is a panel of historians who happen to be female, it always says women historians. We are always known as women historians. But a male historian is just called a historian. It is just a trend that I've seen. I don't know, maybe it's a South Asian thing, maybe it's an international thing, I can't say. But I find it funny, and I always notice it, that I am a woman historian, but my male counterpart is simply a historian.
I'll share a small anecdote here. I was reading Sai Pranjape's book. She is a very famous filmmaker of the 70s in India, and she said, I'm often asked question, what difficulties did you face as a female filmmaker? And she hates the term female filmmaker because she says, what is different in me than the other filmmakers?
Yeah, but there is an inequality. There is an inequality in the way that I don't know. I'll just say that it took me a long time to find my place, because many of us, we have to carve our place in a world that is predominantly male.
Yes, and Anna, over to you.
Yeah, that is very interesting, because in my experience in these literary festivals, last time I was, I don't know, I think it was in Beijing, and I was asking the promoter, how many writers, men and women do you have here? Oh, women, we have very few. And I then asked why. Oh, because the men writers are more known and more, they are more translated, and they are more. And I thought, But this is right. This is what's happening in the literary festivals and in other festivals. Even if we are the majority of the population, we still aren't majority of the opinion makers, of the politicians, of the directors, we still are in minority. And thinking about this, I have to say that no one will give us nothing. We shouldn't expect that society says, okay, so now we are going to have an equal quote of men and women in literary festivals or any other things. No, no one will do that. We were forced here in Portugal to have equal quotes in elections, in the government, I say in the parliament, but it was imposed. It was a law. Because if it's no law, we would be in minority everywhere in Portugal, in the decision places. So what I'm saying is that we have already 300 years of fight, but we still have to continue because we still in Portugal have inequality of wages. We still in Portugal have in the jobs interviews, if you are pregnant, you are immediately, they don't say of course, but you are immediately eliminated. If you say naively that you want to have a family and to have children, you are eliminated. So, and this is a country, a country where we almost don't have active population in 10 years because we are all old. And there are no politicians who see this and implement measures to contradict this evolution. So this is a major problem in Portugal, and we still pregnant in a job interview are eliminated. So we still have a long way ahead. But we really have to do, each one of us have to do our part. But the unfairness of this is that now women work outside, women continue to be mother, women continue to manage the home, to manage all the work, or now we have 4 jobs instead of 1. When we were at home and didn't work. So this is much more difficult for us than for any man. And of course, we already share occupations at home and tasks at home, but the main responsibility, for instance, I give you this example. My son went to the university and he came to me to say, goodbye, mom. Okay, and I had to say very, very like, in a low voice, yes, goodbye. Yes, but they come to me. Normally, children come to the mother. So we still have to fulfill these rules, and the others, of course, if we work outside in a somewhere.
And how do you reflect the space given to women in history in Portugal?
How I didn't understand.
How do you see the role or the space given to women in Portugal or Portuguese history?
No, of course, we are ignored. We still are ignored in Portuguese history. We still are silenced in Portuguese history. We still are a secret, a very well-guarded secret in the Portuguese history. But it's in our hands to write other words where women are present. So, because probably men will not do that. And we still have to think that we were writing through centuries with a male name because we were forbidden to use a female name. So we still have to, we conquered a lot, of course we had, but we still have a lot to conquer.
Ishan, I want to add something here. If I think about the way in which family history or oral history is propagated down the generations, I have noticed that it's usually the matriarchal figure who shares stories, particularly, I speak of partition, so particularly stories of an erstwhile home or a land left behind, or even the riches or lack thereof that was present at the time. And it's almost always from grandmother to granddaughter, grandmother to grandson. Not to say that men don't share these histories, but I feel like women sort of inculcate them into the daily activities of life, even in the food that we eat at home. Like my grandmother talks a lot about the food she used to eat before they migrated as refugees, or the habits or the fields. So I feel like the landscape of the past is often evoked by the matriarchal figure in the family. Not always, but quite often.
Yes, and I think too that we have to perspective the history in two different ways, because we have a different role in these two ways of the history. One is the public way, the public life, and that is of course dominated by men, and the other one is the private life, which is for sure dominated by women. But this private life is still not yet completely written. It began only in the last century. And we really have to explore this private life and to write this private life in the perspective of the history, because there, I'm sure we are dominating the whole history.
Definitely. Thank you for such interesting perspectives on the women's part, which is often
I think we lost him.
Am I
Yes,
back? I'm
okay.
really sorry.
Yes.
I'm really sorry. There's some internet issue. I'm really sorry for that.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, um, you both brought about the perspective of women, which is often very secretive, as Anna said, while she was explaining the role of women in history. Now, this brings me to the question of what role does a storyteller like both of you play in breaking down the barriers? Because talking about women's history, or history, especially in India, history of people who are Dalits or quote unquote untouchables, there still are barriers. And I ask this question because Anna, in her book Chaste Walls, talks about the destruction of the fall of the Berlin Wall, and and one of her interviews she also recalled that walls only had meaning to her when they were built.
I think we have lost Ishan
Yes, we
again.
lost him.
Yeah, we will, I think, can wait.
Yes, I don't know.
I think, yeah, I think Ishan is back. Um, oh no.
No, he will. He's back.
Yeah, I
You're
connected with
not
my
audible.
Am I now?
Yes, yes.
I'm really sorry. I already unfortunately was then, so I'm really sorry for that. So I was asking you both about the role literature plays or a storyteller plays in breaking down the barriers, with women's past, or say in context, the history of the Dalits, untouchables are still, behind the barriers, and people don't really try to break down those barriers. Anna, in her book Chaste Walls, mentioned the breaking of those barriers, where in one of her interviews, Anna mentioned that walls existed in the medieval time. They had meaning to save the nation from invaders or diseases. But in the modern age, those walls doesn't exist or doesn't hold a meaning. So as storytellers, how is your role in breaking down those barriers? I'll first come to Anna and then I'll move to Achal.
Yes, I think that art in general, not only literature, should break all the barriers, should break all the walls, should break all the indifference, injustice, inequality. The art in general, but literature in particular, has a very, very important role to play in this issue. Because as I wrote in the Chasing Walls, because all my writing career began with the Berlin Wall. I'm going to tell you only this short story so that you understand why walls are so important for me. My first book was called A Door Opened with Fire, and I wrote it in 1989. And you know that this date is the date of the fall of Berlin Wall, because I was in Berlin in August, and I was in the Ost part of Berlin. I saw the wall, everything. And I was so impressed with this reality. Then when I came home, I wrote this book in 1 month. I didn't do anything else, only writing. And this book came out precisely 1 month later, after the Berlin Wall fall. So the Berlin Wall fall on 9 November and 1989, and my book came on 9 December 1989. It was a big success because it was seen as a kind of how can I say, vision of the Berlin Wall fall in the future. So I was a kind of pronunciation of the Berlin Wall fall. And so since that period, that walls are connected, very connected with me, and they really touch me and impress me a lot, because in the Middle Ages, walls were naturally built to protect the populations and the cities and the villages from enemies. But nowadays, we are protecting from what? From other people who seek refuge, from other people who are fleeing from war, from hunger, from climate disasters. What are we protecting us from? And in this book, I go through the walls that still remain. For instance, the Berlin Wall fall, but we still have North Korea, we still have Belfast, we still have Western Sahara, we still have Mexico, we still have Kashmir. So we still have so many walls. And this journalist is chasing these physical walls, but also chasing the inner walls. And those are the most difficult to put down. Because all this intolerance, all this discrimination, all this fanatism, all these are inner walls that we build every day, and we don't construct every day, and we should do it. But we are every day building more physical ones, but inner ones too. And here, the literature has a major role to play, to denounce, to expose, and to shake people, to be aware of that, to make them conscious of what is happening. Therefore, I say that my books have always a very oh, can I say, a very bothering message. So it's not something very pink that we, with a very happy ending. No, it's really like a rose. It has the beauty of the rose, the smell of the rose, but the thorns of the rose too, Yeah.
That's a nice way to put it, actually. Uh, I'll come to Achal, the role of literature in breaking down the barriers, bringing about the diversity that we are talking about.
Ishan, something I think about a lot is why I started doing the work that I do. Of course, it's to bring about educational interest of people like me, young people like me. But I think as the years have passed, that aim has morphed into something larger, like creating some form of peace between the common people of India and Pakistan. A peace that has not that no one has seen since 47. And I think a lot about this, that can my voice change the opinion of the masses, both in India and Pakistan? Can the historian, can books actually help us to unmake the other? Because what we are trying to do is deconstruct the other, and who the other is simply someone who is different from us. When I was in Pakistan, I sat in on an interview with a couple who were telling me that when partition happened in 47, one of them, the man, was nearly killed to death on a train. And then his wife went on to say that Hindus are very intolerant. They did this to my family. They did this to people I know. And she was talking about Hindus in a way that made me think that she didn't realize that I was Hindu. And so I said to her that, you know that I'm Hindu, right? And the couple said to me, you're not Hindu. You're like our daughter. So in speaking to them, I had somehow, I don't know how, transported myself across the border from being not just the other but to being like a family member. And I think that made me think a lot about why we other people. In this case specifically, why Indians other Pakistanis and why Pakistanis other Indians. And I think about this a lot when we meet overseas. When we meet in the UK or the US, we don't care if someone is Indian or Pakistani. We care that they speak our tongue and they eat our food, and we laugh the same way and we swear the same way and we feel the same way. But somehow when we are back in our territories, when there is this big Radcliffe border between us, the line between us, we are territorial of our territories in a way that makes no sense sometimes. But I am not a politician and I cannot bring about peace in a political way. So what I try and do is bring about peace in a way that is common to us through conversation and language and memory and history. And I don't know whether one person is enough to bring about that change, but I know that that is the only way the change will come about. When we within ourselves understand that someone on the other side of the border was once ours, and this border between us is a man-made border, which means that the natural land is an unpartitioned land. And I think this is why people's stories and the diversity of stories is really important, because it helps us to humanize someone we don't understand. We may not even, for people that may have never met a Pakistani in their lives, they may say they hate Pakistan, but they don't know why. They understand public perception, but they don't understand the intimacy of history. And I think that intimacy, that warmth, that storytelling comes from listening to someone's memories from history. So do I think that a historian can break down barriers, or literature? Yes, I'm optimistic about this, but I know that it takes several generations to do it because it is a mindset change. You change the mindset of several generations to actually see change in society, actual change, sustainable change.
Definitely. And this brings me back to the question of the problems of mainstream history, because the quote unquote others that you mentioned, the creation of this others is obviously a very old, unfortunate tradition. But with the coming of the Britishers, with the colonialism that we witnessed, this othering became more prevalent in societies and in history writings, I believe. So, how do you see the effects of colonization on history and also the process of decolonization? So, are we completely decolonized, or is it a continual process that goes on for ages?
I don't think that we may be physically decolonized, but we are certainly not mentally, emotionally, we're not decolonized that way. I have spent the last several years working on a book on the generational impact of partition, interviewing Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, diaspora, and the number of people who talk about the politics between India and Pakistan, or Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, Bangladesh, is disproportionately high to the number of people who say that all that we are feeling, experiencing, enduring is because of decolonization. Everyone talks about India-Pakistan politics. No one says anything about the British, which means that history has receded so far back into memory, at least in common young people, people our age, that it doesn't seem to play a role. But it is in fact the reason why we have the many geopolitical issues in our part of the world. Decolonization is very much alive, not just in the physicality of spaces and how things are still in flux from partition, but also in our minds. We are very quick to judge the Pakistani, but we have no qualms in going to London. We have no qualms at all. We don't think of them as the colonizer anymore. Very few. I mean, I don't want to generalize. Not to mention that in Britain itself, the history of colonialization is not discussed as frequently, openly, or as much as it should. Like only now, I think in the past few years, has it been made a part of certain curriculums in the school. The reason why so much immigrant population lives in Britain, or how Britain ruled India for X number of years, X hundreds of years, is not discussed in the curriculum. Children don't know about it. So I don't know. I feel like I don't even remember what your question was. I feel like I've gone on so many tangents now, but we are not completely decolonized by any means in our minds.
Yeah, my initial question was the uh, creation of the other under colonialism.
Yeah, and I think that's where it has taken center stage in a lot of my conversations. We are very happy to talk about who we think the other is and why perceptions of the other have grown and how they make us feel, how we feel fearfully when in the presence of the other. But I think, how do you unmake the other? How do you unmake the other? That is really something I keep at the back of my mind. In the way that partition is represented in our public memory, the division of India and Pakistan is represented as an event of extreme violence, where one community did violent acts on another community, Hindus on Muslims, Muslims on Sikhs, Sikhs on Muslims. It is incredibly violent, and I think it unfairly portrays the spectrum of emotion that may have existed at that time, which leads us to the diversity of narratives. I think about the fact that it can't all possibly have been violent. It was certainly quite violent. But in that violence as well, there were friends that would never see each other. There were brothers, one in India, one in Pakistan. There were girlfriends, two girls that went to school together that would never see each other. There were neighbors that parted, lovers whose marriages fell apart, people who came together in camps because of partition. My grandparents met in a refugee camp and got married. So I don't know, I feel it's all, I guess, a bit linked together. When you start to unmake the other, you start to open your mind to the diversity of narratives that exist within history. You know, if that makes sense. At least I know that's what I did when I started doing my research. It was every day unlearning, unmaking.
And I think as a historian, that process of unlearning and also, relearning at the same time
Always, yes.
is very important. It's very, yeah. And I'll come to Anna now and her perspective on the effects of colonialization and the creation of the other in history. So if you can reflect on that, Anna.
Yes, for me, this colonization was probably one of the darkest moments of European history. Not only Portuguese, of course, but European history. And the problem is that we have a major debt to these countries where we were colonizers. And this debt is not being paid. On the opposite. And I'm not speaking about India, where Portuguese people also colonized. I'm speaking more about Africa, where Western economy, European economy, continues to colonize. And if it's not the colonization in this very basic meaning, is the exploitation. And now not only Europe, but China came too. So the African continent is now being torn apart again because of our greed, because we need the ores they have in their soil, because we need everything that they have in their countries. And these people live in absolute misery, again, because a new kind of colonization. So we are not paying that, and we are doing worse, still worse than we have done. And so I think that in this perspective, we really don't see the other. We really don't see the other the way we see ourselves. I would not like to say the word that is coming to my mind, but these others, we are still seeing them as slaves, not as human beings who should live with the dignity of human beings, and they aren't. So I think that we still didn't recover from the mentality of colonizers. And that hurts me very much, because this is one of the biggest mistakes of our history, and we didn't yet learn from it.
That's a very important point. Would really announce this to all our viewers and listeners that if you have any question to any of
If you have any questions for any of the panelists, please feel free to send in your questions at the question box at the bottom of the screen. I think Ishan is again frozen.
It's frozen again. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Zoom, or if you are on, if you are on YouTube. I'm back. Yeah, there was a call. I'm really sorry. But I was saying, as I was saying, if our audience have any questions for our speakers, I would request them to send them in the Q&A section that you see on the Zoom call, or if you're watching it on YouTube, please drop them down in the live chat. Now, coming to the second question, because you all pointed to one important thing throughout the conversation, that is the importance of the marginalized voices and how they shape, because it's like a mosaic. You connect all different, it's like puzzle, it's like a jigsaw puzzle that you connect all different pieces together and it creates a beautiful landscape. That is how these different diverse parts that we are talking about constitute our collective sense of history. But in reality, in today's world, we are missing those pieces. And people like Anshul, people like Anna are trying to put those pieces together to create a sense of belonging within nations, and trying to create a borderless literature that is the need of this hour. We have an age-old culture in India called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is the whole universe is a family, and this is what Anna also, tries to show in her book, Vaulted Homes, that she read this evening on track one of Belong. My question is, how do we, because we have talked about what are the challenges, but what should be the course of action in mainstreaming those marginalized voices? It's a difficult question, but I think it should be asked to our speakers. So, Anchal, I would like you to go first, and then I'll come to Anna.
I want to say that when I wrote Remnants, it's not that there wasn't any oral history out there. There certainly was. You mentioned Urvashi, Ritu Menon, Kamala Bhasin, even someone like Anis Kidwai. They wrote the history of people. But I think that something really interesting happened when Remnants came out. It was the 70th anniversary of independence and partition, and it made a lot of people reconcile, maybe not reconcile entirely, but certainly reflect on what had happened. And there was a need to tell stories. I'll give you an example. In my own home, the history of partition had never been discussed. It was at best maybe inserted into regular conversation through things as mundane as, oh, that was the name of our village, or we used to eat this, It was never like, I came from here and this is what happened. I was never told that. But when I started asking my grandmother, she said, ask me quickly before I forget, which meant that either no one had asked her about the past, or she had not thought it necessary to be told until that point, or maybe she hadn't felt comfortable or didn't know how to talk about it. But what was certain is that she wanted to have it out at that point. And I feel like a lot of people I interviewed, because they were in their 70s, 80s, 90s, some even over 100, felt that time that they were getting older, their history would never be remembered or passed down, came to dawn upon them. But in writing Remnants, I also noticed that there are certain histories that I cannot write because I cannot speak for communities that are not mine. And I think that this is a very important acknowledgement for myself. Like, you speak of Dalit history, and I know that there needs to be a Dalit history written from the time of partition, and I know someone who's writing it, but I don't think I could have done it justice. That is not a community whose voice I represent, and I don't think I could have fully done it justice. Same for the LGBTQ community. I don't know if there were narratives of that time that existed, but I don't think I was the right person for it. What I was the right person for is the refugee experience of the major provinces of Punjab and Bengal. And I feel like even those did not have a mainstream acknowledgement. We still don't have a monument of partition. We don't. We have a museum of partition finally, but we have no monument acknowledging, we have no place where people can go and say, this is mine. I think that people, what I found speaking to people who had lived through partition is that they were finally being seen by someone who wanted to see them. This visibility, the aspect of visibility is really important when a story is marginalized or has not come into light for many years, either by the choice of the community that has kept silent or by the fact that no one has asked. No one thing can be held entirely responsible. But this is where the art of oral history is important, because it allows communities that have been marginalized in mainstream history, in academic history, in histories written by the colonizer or the educated at a certain period of time, they allow these marginalized histories to be recorded and voiced with dignity, respect, and in the words that the community chooses. I think that this is what I came to learn through my experience. And this is why I treasure the art of oral history and conversation, perhaps above all else.
Yeah. Anna, I'll come to you.
Yeah, I was thinking, if I understood well, you were asking in what direction should we go so that these marginalized voices could be heard, yes? It was this? Yes. Okay, so I think there is one word very, very, very important in our way and our path, and the word is inclusion. We can only have a future if we convince ourselves that the other is not another, no, the other is ourselves, and we have to include him in our history. I know you can say, you can think, this is an utopia, but yes, the future can be an utopia. It's in our hands to make this utopia true and real. The other word that is very, very important for me, but is tolerance. But when I say tolerance, it's not to tolerate the other. No, it's not to tolerate the other. It's to include the other in our lives. It's to see the other as ourselves and to understand their needs as ours, because they are the same. Is to understand that they need to live with the same dignity we do. So this this is the only way we have to move forward. But it's not only thinking about human beings or human race, is also thinking about life on the planet and life of the planet itself. This is the only path we can really follow, because otherwise we are condemned. And it's very, very sad.
Yes, and I asked this question because, in various parts of this world, we are seeing an upsurge in radicalization and, the increase in orthodoxy in religion and everything. And the first attack is always on the history. All these dominant powers always attack history first. They make changes according to the narratives. And that is why I think this question was necessary to ask the historians and scholars who have a major role to play in the world today when we are seeing such changes, such radical changes happening all over. And I think our viewers are intelligent enough to decipher the unsaid, and maybe they can read up more, and especially Anchal's book and Anna's works that are available on Amazon and other platforms. A question I think that would interest both our speakers and also our audiences, the question of translation. We talked about translation with Anna in the last session, but now that uh, there is a twofold translation, and the question is also a twofold question. That first, you are recording an oral narrative, You are translating the other, the person's ideas and stories into your own words and weaving a story yourself. That is the first fold of the translation process. Secondly, the book is also being translated into several languages. So it's going to the third hand, who is the translator. How do you see the process of translation from the first fold to the second fold, which also reaches to a larger audience of different languages? So, Anchal, because you deal with people who are in their late 80s, 90s, who witness partition, and there is a two different cultures interacting, you
Hmm.
belong to the third generation and they are the first generation. Tell us something about that process.
Yeah, I have to say that when I started my work, I was in my early 20s. I was 23. I had spent 7 years in Canada, conveniently trying to forget my native languages and speak in English always. And when I returned to India, I found it very hard to have intimate conversations with people in Hindi or Urdu. As a result, when I listen to my earliest interviews, they are in broken Hindi, Punjabi, English, Urdu. And that is such a mistake on my part because the more I started to familiarize myself with my own language, the more my interviewees opened up. So now, as you rightly mentioned, translation is multifold. In my process, more than often, the interview is in a regional language, a person's language, Hindi, Urdu, Punjabi, Bengali, Gujarati. And if I can't translate it, then I have a translator or a member of the family translating as we are speaking. So that is a translation from one language to another, right? When I start writing, I further translate the narrative into something that is cohesive in a way that also doesn't lose the immediacy of the language. So, what I always do is leave certain phrases or words of how what people said to me. In India, we speak in a single sentence, we may speak many languages. And I think that that is so, it's like the color, the texture of how we speak is like that. And I wanted to reflect that in my book because I write for my people. And so I did that. I left many words, many phrases. But then another form of translation happens where you are translating the landscape of the past into a landscape that is understood by the present. So you are not just translating, but also transporting, which means that you are crossing the borders and the bridges of age. For me, this was really important. How do multi-generational conversations happen? Because they may be explaining something, and because of my age difference, as you rightly mentioned, I may be understanding something totally different. So I found multiple translations, not to mention when, like you said, the book gets further translated, it, I think, adopts other cultural nuances of other cultures. Like my book is coming out in French now, in next week, in fact. And the series of conversations with my French translator were very interesting because what I didn't realize is that Hindi and French, they are perhaps conjugated the same way. So anytime she would ask me very specific questions like, do you have a formal you and an informal you? And then she would tell me, yes, so do we, in fact. And we would have conversations about this. So I was very interested to know how she interpreted the book, which was very fruitful for me. The discussion was very fruitful. But as you rightly point out, like translation on multiple levels, not just linguistic, but also geographic and age related for me, generational.
And what about you, Anna?
Before going to translation, I would like only to say something about you said before, and that is very, very important what you said. We are globally living a pandemic. We are globally living a crisis, a major crisis. And we should be globally concerned with fanatism, with extreme ideologies and extreme desires to get power. So please, this is very important, because in this moment of crisis, all kind of, how can I say, dark people raise from the dead. So, and about translation, I always think that translation is, even if we don't want, we as translator, translation is always a recreation. And I say this because the translation is always a dialogue between two persons, two cultures, two ways of thinking, two ways of living, because if I'm translating into Portuguese someone from Germany, so this is a dialogue. And of course, even if I don't want what I am and what I feel is, I cannot be so objective, and even the words cannot be so objective that we translate ipsis verbis what's in the main text or in the original text, because there is always a kind of interpretation that the translator must do, always, because a word in German is probably 10 words in Portuguese. Yes, you know, as the German language is likes, loves, the big words. So we have to translate them in 2, 3, 4, 5 words. So doing this, I'm already changing, not changing the meaning, but putting, as Anshal was saying, put the texture of the Portuguese language in the text. I translated from the German. And this is very important, but may I ask, is it bad? I don't know. I don't know if it's bad. I don't think it is, because it's the only way to make a translation. Because if we don't, but we are incapable of doing this. Any translator can do a translation where the original meaning is 100% there. It's impossible. Because of the diversity, in the languages, the diversity in mentalities, the diversity in feelings, it's like this. Translation is always a recreation. But here I have to say something that is very, very important, and we also have to be careful, is if we are serving other interests, that not the author, what the author wanted to express and to transmit. Because if we want to put the text accessible to the readers and how can I say, cleaning the text of what is difficult, or we as translators supposed to be difficult for the readers. So to serve the readers, that is a major, major problem. And that is not recreation. That is serving the readers, instead serving the author. And the author should come first, should always come first for a translator.
Thank you so much, Anna, for that interesting response. We have last 4 minutes for the session. There's an interesting question from the audience, and this is by some anonymous attendee. I'm not sure who he or she is. I'm really sorry, but The question is, how do you think things such as social media or digital content will change the writing of history going forward? And how can we make sure that future history is more inclusive and brings diverse vantage points? So, Anna, your quick response, and then I'll come to Anshul.
So I think the social media are important. We have to use them very carefully. We have to protect us from them. We shouldn't expose our soul, our intimacy in the social media, because this is a major mistake. Because we all know, once is in the social media, once is in internet, is forever there. And we really have to be careful. Also with some social medias that are controlled by some regimes, by some countries, we also must be very, very careful with the data we put there, because we don't know how these data are going to be used or misused. So social media are a very, very problematic issue, but I'm not against them. I'm only pro them with strict rules. That is very, very important. But of course, internet is very useful. Everyone, we couldn't be here, Europe and India together, if we have these digital means. So it's everything very, very important, even for literature too, because, for instance, if I write a book in English, everyone in the world almost can reach this book, can buy this book, can read this book. So it's very, very important. But we also have to be very careful about the way these media are used. And not always they are used for the best. For the best.
Yeah, Anshul.
I'll just give a quick response. For people like me who work on cross-border narratives, any borders, anywhere in the world, social media, despite its perils, is a gift because it allows us to visually see beyond that border. A lot of scholars from India cannot go to Pakistan. A lot of scholars from Pakistan cannot come to India, which means often social media becomes our way of breaking down even visual barriers, if not emotional. That's my short, concise answer.
And one more perspective to this question, whoever has asked, there are students like us who are running different pages that you should,
Yes.
consider visiting, because we are trying to bring different narratives of the past, different fields of the past, not just political history or histories of about regimes and everything, but cinema or the women's history, Dalit history, food history, different types of history that are interesting and also diverse in their nature. So I would really recommend people to visit those pages on social media, but don't take everything on their face value. Research yourself.
The other part of this question about how we can make sure that future history is inclusive, I feel like part of it is already happening because we are more aware that it is not yet fully inclusive. So we will make sure the histories we write are more inclusive. But I think also history is not just a really academic history anymore, which means that even the periphery of history has opened up to allow for other things like, say, food history, which is such a fun and unusual kind of history. So I feel like it is already happening because of the kinds of people. Like, I don't come from a historical background and I am writing history. So I think there is a lot of crossover of disciplines as well that is ensuring a kind of inclusive, more diverse, more authentic history of communities.
Definitely, and our guest for the next panel are there. So I'll end this session because we were given 90 minutes, and to talk about diversity, it takes more than 90 days. So we tried to summarize everything in 90 minutes. We talked about diversity of genders, especially, then diversity of languages and translation. We talked about diversity of landscapes, where Anchal mentioned about Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and sorry, Anchal, yeah, and Anna talked about the Portugal, and how they are different at the same time, but also contribute to the history writing. We also talked about different diverse communities, such as in Indian context, Dalit history, and history of other, the quote unquote other community, the effect of imperialism, and the problem with mainstream history. I hope this panel will result in opening up of discussions, further discussions, more and more work coming up on these diverse paths. And I hope we, even if one will be changed after this session, we will be successful in our approach. Thank you so much, Yoshita and the team Belong, for giving us this platform to talk about diverse past. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Asha.
Thank you so
Asha.
much, Achal and Ishan, for taking up
Thank
the
you.
time for the discussion.
Thank
And
you.
we will now go on to the next session. And yes, Asa and Mehdi are here. I hope everyone enjoyed the thought-provoking discussion between Anna and Achal. And we will now move on to the last Chai Pakoda session of the day for this track between Mette Heli, then from Denmark, and moderated by Asta D. Mette will read out a section from her book, The Beauty of the People, Oil on Canvas. And I'll give the baton now to Asta to take over. I think, did Mette not join?
I think she joined a couple of times and the previous session was still on.
All right, okay. I'll ask her to join again.
She's there, Yushita, but she's joined as an attendee, I think. So we just need to promote her to a panelist.
Yes, done.
Great.
Hi, Merite. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, you too. I don't know if I can maybe blur my background.
I think it's quite nice.
Think that's okay. Good. It's a hotel room in Berlin. I'm visiting for the autumn holiday. It's really cold here. This morning I wanted to wear gloves for the first time this year.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
It's kind of early for gloves, isn't it?
My son lives here. My son lives here in Berlin, so I hadn't seen him for 4 months. It was really nice to come.
That's nice. I'm so glad you could carve out some time for this as well, in between your family bonding. Merite, it's an honor to have you here, and I've been thoroughly enjoying the beauty of the people. Oil on Canvas. It's so beautifully written, and I look forward to, let's say, alternating between Danish and English. I will wait for you to kind of give me the cue on what to read and when to stop. And let's, I'm really excited to see how this goes. And
but I think I will also, because I will read a little less in Danish, as people probably don't really understand anything. I will also just give an introduction to the context of the book.
Yes, please.
So it's I have a family background coming from a very poor countryside in Denmark in the 1930s, and my mother grew up in an extremely poor family. They didn't have enough to eat. They worked very hard to put food on the table, and during the war there was a severe lack of everything. My mother has a small brain damage for not having enough fats in her childhood. And they had she had electricity when she was 12 years old. That was in 1943. And many people believe that Denmark is different, and it is also different, but there are places of the country that was like this. And at 14, she was sent out to work, sent away from her family, because it could, you would not feed a child after it was 14 years of age. You were sent out to work. And she worked very hard, and the poverty was not only material or in nutrition, it was also in the way people treated each other. And so when I became an adult and I became a writer and I have been to university, I realized that many of the stories I told about my family, people thought, wow, is this really true? And I wanted to write a book about it. But it took me some time to find the right form, because somehow I wanted it to be true. And then I realized one day that I was telling a story about my mother who had been milking. And she said, no, I never milked a cow. And you told me she keeps repeating the same stories. I said, yeah, you told me that story so many times. And she said, no, I never milked a cow. And I realized that the truth about the past becomes fiction. I'm still sure she milked, and she's still sure she didn't. And the truth is somewhere in between. And maybe I remember a story my aunt told instead, or maybe there are things she doesn't want to remember, some of the really hard and harsh things that like disappears. And the island is a small island my family comes from, and people are always telling stories. It's a storytelling island, and everybody has names. They give each other funny names, and also I think that even the true stories, they grow into fiction being told many times at parties and dinners. So that gave me an immense sense of freedom, because I thought, okay, the truth has disappeared in time. What I can grasp is the core of the truth, and I can bring my own language, and I can bring my imagination, and write this story that has, for many Danish people, become true on a higher level, because the journey my parents undertook, coming from this really poor agricultural background, working hard at factories, while my father took an education, and then he got educated as an engineer and started working, and my mother then stopped working and had children, and they moved to the suburb and had a materially more pleasant life, but they were still very, yes, I would say traumatized by their childhood. They had many problems carrying with them. And that journey was undertook by, I think, the majority of the Danish population. And I think also it's what's going on like in India now, the same journey where people move from the countryside into the cities, and they need to work really hard. And the biggest wish in life is that the children get a higher education. And that, I think, it's so common for so many people, with the dreams you have, the longings, and also the problems. And also that then what happens is that when the children get a higher education, like my sister became a doctor, and I was supposed to become an engineer, but I'm really bad at math, and I became a writer instead. But I did get a higher education, and that removed us really far from our parents. So they, I have felt that there's like a huge sorrow in the connection between the parents who wish for their children to get this higher education, but when they get it, they lose them, because you change politically, you change in your way of life, maybe the traditional values, you don't have them in the same way as your parents. So there's like, it's like no matter what you do, it's difficult. Like my mother, she had met a childhood friend of mine, and she had become a hairdresser. And she was like, oh, what if you had become a hairdresser? And I could feel in her voice the longing for me to become someone she could understand and be closer to, and who would maybe have the same values as her. But at the same time, if I had become a hairdresser, she would have been extremely disappointed. So it's like, it's so difficult. And that is the background of the book. So the book tells us, it is a fiction. My mother's name is not Marie. And my family in real life is much larger than the family in the book, which is still large, but you know, it was really big. And of course, I work with the narrative. I make it into a story that is somehow larger than real life for more people to be able to follow that journey they have from the countryside to the suburbs and identify with it, and maybe, which is my hope, to understand something, to understand all this. So also what I'm interested in is the mental journey when history changes, you know, when life changes historically, like they were children. The book starts before the Second World War, and of course they're very affected by the World War, and it ends up in a relatively stable life in the 70s, but a life with lots of freedom. You know, the 68 generation came, and these people were raised under very hard authority. You know, the mother and father would beat them, the teacher would beat them, the priest would beat them. But when they became adults and maybe thought, oh, now I will be the authority, the whole generation came and said, no, we don't believe in authorities. And so what I'm interested in is the individual mind in these historical changes. How do we do it? For somebody it's easy, for somebody it's really difficult. And you need to change your mind. It's a mental journey.
I think I found that very interesting, that the point of view, the main point of view of the narrative is a child. It's from her perspective. And I think that really clarifies that trajectory of witnessing violence, being at the receiving end of it, and how generational trauma kind of manifests itself in different people differently, right? I think let's get into reading it, and then we have another hour to talk about the various, which will be just as exciting. So over to you, Merite. Please let me know when you'd like me to read and what.
Yes.
So Merite will be reading in Danish, and I will read in English for our audience. All right.
And don't worry, I won't read 1 hour in Danish, but I will read 15 sentences, I think, so you can hear the rhythm of the language. I work very much with the rhythm, and I hope you can hear that. Marie sad i græsset og stirrede på de røde ribs på busken, som vinden skurede frem og tilbage over den hvidkalkede mur. Hun vidste, at hun ville få slag, hvis hun plukkede ribsene, og forestillede sig smagen af et surt, rødt bær, som en bitter sol i munden, over for en hård, skarp smerte på kinden. Det var lige ved, at den røde mundfuld ribs var stærkest. Marie gled frem på knæene, græsstråene føjede sig under hendes ben, og hun strakte 2 fingre frem mod ribsene. I samme øjeblik skete der 2 ting, som om hendes fingre i luften hev i 2 usynlige snore. Marie, Marie. Yeah, I think that's a good. Yeah, you can read more, of course. So.
Marie sat in the grass, staring at the red currant berries on the bush, and the wind scoured back and forth across the whitewashed wall. She knew that if she picked them, her face would be smacked, and she imagined the taste of a tart berry, red berry like a bitter sun in her mouth against a hard, sharp sting on her cheek. The red berry mouthful was almost the stronger. Mary slid onto her knees, the stalks of grass folding under her legs, her fingertips just reaching for the berries, when two things happened at once, as if her two fingers in the air had tugged two invisible strings. Marie, Marie, one in a particularly harsh tone, the voice of her mother. Two, a warm sensation on the back of her hand. Marie looked down and saw a chalky smear of seagull shit on her skin. Her head shot up, but the bird was gone. Her mother's voice again, sharper this time. Marie, Marie. Shall I go on? Marie rose, wiped her hand in her checkered apron, and ran into the kitchen where the voice usually came from. But there was only the black, stinking stove burning. The head of a pig lay on the hob, and Valdemar was on the bunk at the kitchen table, head down, writing bees without looking up. Marie passing through the door to the stairwell leading up to the two rooms where they slept, and there sat her mother, the skirt of her checked cotton dress flowing down the stairs. Marie's apron was sewed up from a scrap of cloth from that same dress. Marie's mother had her 5-year-old brother, Kash. Am I saying that right?
No, he's Kai, or K.
Kai, K,
Yeah.
okay. K on her lap, one of her hands stuffed deep down his throat. What has he done? Asked Marie. The wasp, screamed the mother, those God-forsaken wasps. Marie saw a blue tone creeping into her brother's ruddy face, which was already twisted askew. Her mother removed her hand from his throat and touched her lips to his, trying to breathe some air into his lungs instead, but no difference came to the color of his face. Marie spun on her heel, dashed to the kitchen, back into the garden as fast as she could. But you have to help me, screamed her mother. Marie sprinted across the damp, pliable grass to the whitewashed fence where the thicket of reeds grew. Kai usually picked them to tickle her, making the garden feel even closer to the shore of Langland Sound that it already was. But now she broke off a stalk, put it in her mouth, and charged back over the grass, chewing one end flat as she ran back through the kitchen door, past the searing pot on the hearth, the pig's head, grinning at her and Baltimore, who had wet his pants standing by the kitchen table. Kai's face was purple now, and her mother's white lips were firmly pressed to his mouth. Move, said Marie, even though she knew the children were to be seen, not heard. She shoved her mother's mouth from Kai's. Her mother's eyes shone deeper green. They were glistening beads of glass as her face slid away. Marie plunged the reed into the soft flesh of Kai's throat. Putting her mouth to the other end, she had to stand on her toes, for the stalk was long, producing a faint whistle like some strange bird call underground. As Marie forced air down her brother's throat, past the wasp's sting into his lungs, oxygen flowed into his veins, and breathing regularly as she blew, mother and sister saw the same. Briefly, a darkening purple, which washed into blue, then red, slowly revealing Kai's own cream freckled face with red blotches.
That was really nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, so this is the opening scene where Marie saves her brother's life. Yeah.
It's so, I mean, there was a lot of trepidation in the very beginning. And it, I think it began with a very leisurely pace, like she's sitting on the grass as if life's pretty good, and then there's a sudden crisis which she's very quick to solve. I think it already says a lot about Marie in the very beginning, right? That she's a problem solver, she's good in crisis, and good in leading, in taking control when needed, even though she's a child.
Yeah.
I think I really enjoyed the red currant berries, the tastes, the different flavors in it, a very sensory experience. And also the introduction to the other brother, who's something of a silent figure, but also perhaps a lot younger, a little scared because he's wet his pants at the sight of a crisis. Shall we move on and read some more?
So I think I would like us to maybe to jump a little ahead. I guess you have you have also the whole chapter where the father comes home.
I have the entire,
yeah,
I do.
Sorry, I need to, it's teasing me because it doesn't want to move on the page. Okay, here I got it. So the father, he comes home from work, and something strange has happened, because he has something with him. He has a painting with him. So, I mean, we don't necessarily have to read the same page, but I'll just read a little about when he opens the package he's carrying home. Folkets skønhed, sagde faren og begyndte at pakke pakken ud. Det her har de skide bønder sgu ikke forstand på. De kan ikke andet end at æde. Vi kan sagtens klare os med kartofler i en uge. Ikke også, unger? Marie gik hen ved siden af sin mor, Valdemar så forsigtigt op og nikkede. Jeg kan godt lide kartofler, mumlede han. Faren rakte en hånd frem og klappede ham på kinden, så lagde han billedet på bordet. Yeah. So
perhaps I'll start with, what did you bring home with you? Asked her mother. Between them, Marie and her mother only had 5 potatoes left to peel. This is after dinner. The scorching hot potatoes burned her fingertips. Look forward to it after dinner, Carl said. Marie's mother looked up at her husband in surprise. Marie put the last potato on the serving dish. Her mother pinched the chopped dill in her fingers and sprinkled it over the potatoes. As Marie opened the door to the pantry, the smell of fat and vinegar clamored in her nostrils. She found the butter dish on the shelf and brought it to the table. When everyone was seated, the family folded their hands in prayer. 5 heads bowed to their fingertips. Their mother said grace. When she was done, they raised their heads as one. Her father cut the cheeks off the pig's head and put them on his plate. Using the point of his carving knife, he pried the skull open, cut a slice off the brain and laid it between the cheeks. Then he handed the knife to Marie's mother. She pushed the bowl of potatoes, steaming dill within his reach. Potatoes, yes, he said, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Staving the pig's skull, Marie's mother cut slices of brain for herself and her children. Carl chomped on his meat and potatoes while his children ate silently, as if their mouths were made of cloth. Their father pushed his plate away, wiped his fingers on the tablecloth, and clapped their mother on the shoulder as he rose from the table. Then he picked up the square bundle he had brought with him, sat down with it in his lap, and glanced at their mother. Martha, we are not going to live like those common farmers, he said. They think they are better than us just because they have land. But we have something they will never understand. We have the beauty of the people. Marie's mother pushed her plate away, folded her hands before her, and nodded. The beauty of the people, he repeated. Her father opened the sideboard drawer, took out the membership card of the Social Democratic Party, and laid it on the table between them. Do you remember Hans? He asked his wife. She nodded. Clear the table, Marie. Marie stood up immediately, carried the plates and cutlery to the basin, and brought the remains of the pig's head into the pantry. Carefully draping the fly net over the leftovers, she listened to her father, who was talking to her mother in a tone she seldom heard. Kai and Waldemar remained seated at the table, dead silent, in the hope of not attracting attention to themselves. He went to Holland, said Martha. With that, madam, she added. Nothing came of it then? Well, Hans is back in Langland and flat broke, said her father. He asked if I needed an apprentice. I told him, I don't throw crumbs to the birds before I've had my own fill. Then he asked if I wanted to buy a painting. He said he got it from the madam, to make him disappear as fast as possible. He wanted 5 kroner for it. Martha gaped at her husband. Please tell me you didn't give him the money. The beauty of the people, said Karl, starting to unwrap the bundle. Something the stupid farmers will never be able to appreciate. All they can do is stuff their faces. We are quite capable of surviving on potatoes for a week. Isn't that right, children? Marie went to her mother's side, looking up cautiously. Waldemar nodded. I like potatoes, he mumbled. Karl reached out and patted his son's cheek. Then he laid the painting down on the table before his family. The painting was about 2 hand breadths wide, 1 high. Most of the colors were dark. 2 women, dressed in long black habits like the one that Marie's mother wore, were pictured from behind, bending over their work in a copper brown field. Between them, a woven basket with handles was filled with shiny round potatoes. Some had missed the basket and lay on the glistening clay soil beside them. Behind the women, a hazy green hedgerow, perhaps a fence, and some tall, slender flower stalks. 2 prune trees leaned toward the women as if to kiss them. A low afternoon sun slanted through the trees' naked branches, lighting up the women's bonnets. Up above it all, a pale grey sky, which Marie knew so well from Langland. In the bottom right corner, a name in a clumsy scrawl, Vincent. Marie put her finger on the spot where the light shot through the branches. The sun, she said simply. We cannot possibly have it hanging in the house, said Martha. It's indecent. It cannot be indecent to dig up potatoes, said Karl. You also stick up your rump in the air when you dig potatoes. But he could have painted them from the other side, insisted his wife, her lips tightly pursed. But then we wouldn't have seen the sun, said Marie, touching the spot again. The sun was 2 slim strokes of white, 1 thick stroke of golden yellow. She felt the thick paint press against her fingertip, traced over the woman lightly, down into the right corner.
Thank you so much. So I would like to put some comments on this part of the book. So there are 2 things in it. So the one is the potatoes, and I grew up. We had potatoes every day when I grew up, and I had to learn to peel them, and I'm very clumsy, so it was difficult because my father would come home at 5 o'clock from work. And the potatoes had to be on the table, peeled, and still hot. So they needed to be very hot when we peeled them. And I was allowed to have a small, like a cake thing to hold them with. So because you were not allowed to make holes in them. They had to be perfect rounded. And the thing is, my father wouldn't have cared. I mean, if I had put a whole fork, he wouldn't have cared. But my mother was very proud about our potatoes. It was a big thing. It was a big identity thing somehow. And I had an aunt who was from another island in Denmark, and she would peel the potatoes before she boiled them, which was horrific, according to my mother. And she really never became part of the family because she treated the potatoes in a different manner. So it was really, really important. And I have some friends in Italy, and one of them is married to a Dane, and they just make so much fun that Danes know like 22 different kinds of potatoes. So it's an identity mark for us. And then this painting, because it is a painting of Vincent van Gogh. So it's like a tragic trade going through the book, that they are so poor and they have this painting that's actually will be worth billions of dollars later, and they don't know it, and they just think it's indecent. And when the grandmother comes to help with every time a baby is born, she's coming to help, and she finds it so indecent because these women are seen from the behind, that they put the painting out in the stable when she comes. But one of the reasons that I use this painting is that I worked a lot with Vincent van Gogh. I did a large essay on his letters when they were published, I think 15 years ago, and I read them all. Really interesting reading his letters. And when he was not that young, but he had a longer relationship with one woman, and she was a prostitute. He found her on the street where she was going around trying to make money, and she was pregnant and still trying to make money as a prostitute. And so he took her in, and they lived together. And her family stopped it because they were not sure that he had the right ideas, which he had. It's a big tragedy, in fact, that the family interfered. But I had an aunt who was my favorite aunt because she was different than all the other women who were quite, farmer women. And she was very elegant, and she would drink tea instead of coffee. And she was tall and slender, and she had married my very small sailor uncle. And she was extremely generous. She didn't have children herself, so she gave me and my sister huge chocolate eggs for Easter, and she was always giving us lots of presents and chocolates. And then I understood people said about her, oh, well, she has always been too generous in her life. That was what they said about her. And I thought it had to do with all the chocolate we got. But when I grew up, I realized it was because when they met, she had been a prostitute on one of the harbors in Denmark. And she had died before I understood that. So I never got to know anything really about her life. And I cared so much about her. So it was really strange that I couldn't, get to know that part of her life. And also my grandmother, she was like ruling this little town. She was, the great matron of the city, and she could have ruined this marriage if she had wanted, but she didn't. She said, no, she was just too generous. So this link, there's like this link between my family and Vincent van Gogh's story that is, of course, not one-to-one, but for me, working as a writer, it gives me a lot of, how do you say, energy. It energizes the writing motor with these stories being connected, and try to understand also all these different people have these different choices to make, and that sometimes you make a choice you really don't want to make, but maybe it's the only choice you have.
Yeah.
Or even worse. So that's another reason why they have this this Van Gogh painting, and it is called the beauty of. They call the painting the beauty of the people, but of course there's also a bit a bitter sense, like with the barriers, a bitter sense of this beauty, because it is not very beautiful, their lives, but they keep seeking beauty. And the only thing, I mean, at this time they don't have, of course, they don't have radio, they don't even have electricity, so they have no entertainment, they have no, their visual life is very limited, and it's limited to the church also. And the Danish church is Protestant, and it's very bare. It's not, if you go to church, the walls will be white, there will be very little to see. What you can see in these churches on the islands where so many men are fishermen or sailors is boats that the fishermen make like a kind of sacrifice before they go. So you have beautiful model ships hanging in the churches, but the language is extremely rich. So you have the Bible, everybody could recite the Bible, and the old translations of the Bible where the language is kept, it's mystic, it's strange words, strange things. So there's a huge beauty in that, and also in the Psalms they will sing. So for me as a writer, it's really interesting that one of the few aesthetic pleasures they had at the time, except for the nature, of course, is language and the religious language. And what is also part of the book is
the hymn that Marie really despises. There's one bit
yeah,
there,
she
right?
hates the one where I hate
yeah.
you. You know, it's talking about, you know, the bird sings in the morning and is dead in the evening, and the children plays in the morning and they are dead in the evening. And of course, many children died at that time. But so what I also try to describe is what we call popular belief. So you had the church who was really strict. It's a strict church. It's not fun. And there are many rules, and things has to be thought of in a very particular way. And the priest will make sure that the people think as the dogma says. But underneath that, there's a whole populistic belief, which is against the church. So like in the Protestant church, you don't do sacrifices. I mean, it's not a thing. So when I say that about the ships, that's not how it's supposed to be considered, but that's how it works. And they have this saying about the ocean, that the ocean takes and the ocean gives.
Just like the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh, but replaced with the ocean. And I think there's a mention that the women mutter it under their breath instead of saying it out loud, so that the pastor doesn't catch them.
Yeah. And there's also another huge thing in the book, because so they believe that if somebody is not baptized, you will go to hell. And she gives birth to a stillborn child, and the priest says, as is part of the dogma, that he cannot baptize the child because it's dead at birth. And so the church will think, well, when you're not born yet, there is still no heaven or hell. But the family doesn't understand that. They think this baby is going to hell because he won't baptize her. And so it's a huge tragedy. And I wrote it because one of my friends, who's really, how do you say, she's very religious, and she was in this, and she's my age, and you know, she was in despair when they didn't want to baptize her stillborn child, and she found a vicar who would do it because it was so important. And after the book came out, I held a speech about the book, a lecture about the book at a religious convent with all the bishops in Denmark and 300 vicars, and I read this part, and I said, yeah, you know, I know that some do it even though it's not allowed. And you should have heard the row after. It was like 300 vicars and bishops just starting to discussing this, and who would do it and who wouldn't do it. And so it's a big issue that I tried to. When I put it in the book, I didn't know it was such a big issue, because the dogma is just there. So the bishop thinks there's no discussion. You cannot baptize a stillborn child, but still some do it for the family, you know, out of misericordia, out of charity, out of compassion with the family. So it's a way also of showing, you know, the people, what we call the people, and the authorities, and how it sometimes goes against each other. Yeah.
Can we talk about the fire in the book, right? That bit where they go to see where the fire had, I mean, that's one of the last bits that I could manage to read in the last couple of days. Should we read that bit, or do you have something else in mind?
No, I think it's really perfect.
And I love that
I'll find
line,
it.
summer came as a sigh through the rain. I highlighted it. It's so beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, just find it here.
When Marie wakes up to pee, right? Basically, isn't that the
Oh yeah,
night?
I think I got a little too far here. I'm sorry. Ja. Som listede sig i påsommer træers blade, slog smut på havoverfladen, fik kutterne til at ligne dovne havfugle og Maries mor til at svulme op i benene og hænderne. Marie måtte skure gulvene og bælge ærter og plukke rips, men det var på tide, at hun begyndte at hjælpe til. Det var vel også derfor, de kun gik i skole hver anden dag. Ja.
I have to pee, said Marie. Is that okay to start with? Run up the road when you're done, said the mother. Go see if there's fire anywhere. Marie nodded and slipped out the door. Her bare feet scampered the 5 steps over the muddy path and hurried the remaining 7 over the wet grass that brought her to the privy. The candle flame had died, and she left the door open as she emptied her bladder as quickly as possible. Done, she dashed back to the path, opened the gate, and ran up the gravel road. The trees whooshed like massive dark bassoons overhead. From the top of the rise, she had a view over the farmyards inland, the vague outline of Nordenbro beyond, and still further, possibly as far as the dairy, she could see the fire. Merely the flame of a candle from this distance. Spinning on her heel, she charged back down the hill. The slippery stones cut her feet. Back in the kitchen, her father was now seated on a stool. Her mother was at the stove, heating the blue coffee pot. Fire at Nordenbro! Mary yelled, bursting through the door. Her father jumped to his feet, toppling the stool in the process. Her mother lifted a coffee cup from a nail on the wall. Sit down, Carl, she said, in a tone that was usually reserved for Kai. Finish your coffee, and I'll make you a couple of sandwiches. Then you go over there and see if your help is needed. Marie's father picked up the stool and sat down again. May I come along, father? Marie asked. Her father waved her over, patted his knee for her to sit. Satan also brought along his little children, I suppose. Marie's mother sighed and poked the fire in the hearth. Her body had the form of the women in the painting, Marie noted. The ankle-length, dark dress that her mother wore disguised her belly when her back was turned. Marie wondered whether the potato pickers also carried babies in their bellies, if their breathing was just as labored as her mother's when they straightened their backs. Did these women groan and drop into a chair with a sigh when they were done, stretching out their legs out before their in unladylike way that her mother did? Why is this so much heavier than the others? Her mother groaned. Its devil horns are weighing you down, her father said. Are you going to make those sandwiches? Marie's mother got to her feet to butter their bread. Marie lit the tallow candle again and went upstairs. She changed into her day clothes, laying her rough night dress and her bonnet in her drawer. She put on her newly darned socks, blew out the candle, and crept back down the stairs in the dark. Her father was waiting outside for her. He was so tall that she always felt as if she were a dog walking beside him. Marie struck her feet into her clogs and left without a backward glance at her mother leaning on the kitchen table, panting. Can we talk about the significance of the fire a little bit? Like, I think it ties up really well to the ecological.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Well, the thing is that the houses on the countryside are thatched with reed, and the father is a thatcher, and he doesn't have any work. So very usual when there's a thunder, the thatched roofs will catch fire. So he has been wishing for one of the roofs to catch fire, so he could get some work. And so one of the roofs does catch fire, and then he feels like he's the devil himself because he has made a bad wish for something very bad to happen. So he feels guilty and mortified, and that's why he said, oh, my children are the devil's children, and they have horns inside your belly to the mother, and so the
I think this is also what. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
No, when you speak of individual individual ideas in the context of larger tragedies, right? And this is that thin line between what is selfish and when you're not left with a choice, and just plain survival, right?
Yeah.
And you can't like, these are all very such interconnected concepts that you can't paint someone in black and white, or as, even though the father is violent, entitled, but also in that entire context, you kind of understand. Your heart goes out to him as well.
Life is really hard on him because, and that's, I mean, I write a lot about the women's story, but I think also the men is important because the gender roles are really hard also on him, because he's the provider. He's expected to provide for his family, and he has no work. So it's really difficult for him, and he gets aggressive and violent, but he tries. And he tries all he can. And maybe if life was easier on him, more easy, if he had work, then he would be less violent. So I mean, it's not simple. And he I hope during the book that he is shown as a complex a complex person, because I think everybody is complex. Nobody is just violent or just sweet. We all have all things inside of us, and then life can bring you in a situation where you just don't have any capacity to be kind. And he is all, I mean, he tries to be kind to the children. He brings Marie along to the fire. So what happens is, in practice, it's a natural fire. It's a thunder, the lightning that sets the roof on fire. And when that happens, because the thing is, we still did it when I was a child, but we lived in a suburban area. There were no thatched houses, there were no fires, but still my parents, if there was a thunderstorm, we would stay up all night and drink thunder coffee to stay awake, because you had to be alert. Because if one house catched fire, everybody would come. So you knew that the whole community would come and help.
But is that a baggage your parents had from their own context, or was that a real possibility in the suburbs as well?
No, and in the suburbs, if there had been a fire, you would call the fire brigade.
Right.
But here there was no fire brigade. There was just the people.
But you stayed up too, even though you knew that this is.
Yeah, and still, if I hear thunder, I'm like, can we sleep or should we stay awake? And the funny thing is, I moved to the countryside. I lived in Copenhagen for many years, and I moved to the countryside. And now around me, I have thatched houses. So I'm like, and some of them are summer houses. So I feel like I have the responsibility to look out for the fire. So it's really deep rooted. And also it's part of a culture to make these houses, to make these roofs. They are not everywhere in the world. So it's a very special kind. But my grandfather in his real life was a thatcher, and he fell down the roof and broke his back with 8 children at home. And it happens also to the father in the book. And so the thing is, we hear in the beginning, he's a member of the Social Democratic Party, and that was almost communists in the 30s. They were very red. And so he keeps it also hidden, his party book. You're not showing it to everybody. But when he broke his back and he went to hospital for almost half a year, my grandmother, along with 8 children, would receive some social security. Very little money, but enough to survive. They did survive, but what happened is that because they got social security, they took away their voting right. So if you had, so I don't know how, I think somewhere still it's like that, but in these times, if you got money from the state, you were not allowed to vote.
Yeah.
And for my grandfather, that was it was just the most terrible thing that could happen to him, is that you took away his capacity to be part of the democratic process. And he suffered severely mentally for not being able to provide for his family and for having taken away his vote to write.
It's like all the agency stripped off an identity altogether, and that is rather tragic.
Yeah, because even though you're poor, you have a pride that you can go and you can vote for somebody you believe in, and that's yeah.
And you feel like you have some amount of control in the future.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you have rules about things similar in India.
Oh, we have no social security.
Of age can vote. Yeah. Yeah. So
Merite, let's continue this conversation on the other track in 8 minutes. Yeah. Let's leave this one, and I'll just see you after a breather of 5 to 8 minutes. I look forward to it.
Yeah.
See you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody who joined. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being a part of this. Yes. Can you please join the next track? The first.
We'll do that in 5. We still have 5 minutes, so we'll do that then.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much.
I just have a little. So should I leave the meeting?
Yes, this meeting, and I've sent you a link on the chat. Yeah. So, thank you everyone for joining today. Thank you everyone for joining today for the first day of Long Weekend of Literatures 2021. Join us tomorrow for exciting panel discussions, more chai pakora reading addas, and an audience open mic session, and our quiz, where we will also reveal the winners of our book giveaway. You can check out the schedule on belong.net/LWEL. The link for the website is up on the chat as well. Thank you so much. We are now going to end. We are now going to end this track. You can join Merite and Asta on the other track, track 1, for a discussion on Merite's climate fiction.
Jutta, you can stop the recording. Okay, so yeah. Thanks. See you there.